Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Cawthon grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Cawthon for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for Kingshelm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Yay.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully, all of the audio should be working. I'm just gonna let chat have a chance to be control.
We love Dungeons and Dragons!
Can you hear everyone?
I can hear you, Tom.
Not
I can hear you, Tom.
I can hear you, Jacob.
Are we like not lagging? Yes.
No, we're not.
We're
I
not lagging.
fixed it by using a new program and not being a dickhead.
It was
Apparently.
all Tom's fault. It was all Tom. Blame him.
And you're currently pointing at Jacob, so that's fine with me.
I've been losing
His
sleep
fault.
over that, Tom.
I'm sorry about that, Jacob. I hope that you will have a nice sleep tonight. Then.
No sleeping.
Okay.
Tonight it's my bedtime, and usually I fall asleep in TDQ's stream in about an hour.
Fair enough. All right, I think all our issues are solved for now. So that means that I can start adding in other stuff next time, like music again.
Yay!
And I don't think any of the chats are yelling at me that they can't hear me. Let me just. Don't know if any of you have it open right now.
Yeah, the
Just
only
stop.
thing I can see is apparently I'm a little soft, but I was speaking softly before. I didn't say anything particularly loud.
Okay,
So
I will just turn you up.
I don't know if
There
that's
you
part
go.
of it.
He's embarrassed.
I
He's
have
been
turned you up.
shy tonight.
Oh, I'm
There you go.
looking at that.
Look at me being the DJ. Anyway, welcome to Monsters and Mayhem. My name is Tom, and I'm the producer and dungeon master of the show. And if you have more dice than cutlery, you come to the right place. Yeah, me too. Like, I had this weird incident with a rat that keeps stealing our forks, but that's a whole different story.
Cool.
Don't worry about it.
The implication was that you had heaps of dice, but now it's like, do you just have very little cutlery?
Very few forks.
Yeah.
He's just got
I-
one fork, and him and his girlfriend just share the
We
fork.
share one.
Well,
Mouthful,
okay.
and then another one.
to explain, we used to live in West End, and it wasn't the greatest apartment, so we had this rat that from time to time came through a hole in the floor, and then it went in. And sometimes we would leave some dishes overnight, and then it would always steal the fucking forks.
Okay. Cool.
Alright,
That
that
is
sounds
the
legit. That's like
weirdest-
some
I don't
Snow
know,
White shit.
because I know this because I caught it. I caught it several times stealing my fork, and it just looked at me. And I said, "Put that fucking down," and he was like, "Meow," and then ran away.
Yay
I
or
believe
nay?
that.
That's a classic level 1 party quest.
Yes.
There's a rat that steals my forks. Go chase him down and take him out.
I didn't level up that day. Let's just say it like that.
Need to go chase it to a cave full of draugrs for us.
No. There was way too many encounters in that area. I don't think I was high enough level.
Not in West End. Holy dooly.
Yeah.
Get through Boundary Road.
Yeah, I live right on Boundary Road.
Don't dox yourself.
I lived.
Lived.
Yes. So we also have a giveaway that has just finished today, and we will within 24 hours tell the winners by email that they have won. 2 individual winners, 1 cool dice, 1 cool mini, and 1 starter set for D&D.
Right.
Very exciting.
That's awesome.
Congratulations to you once we've drawn it. And My girlfriend asked me if I was hungry, and I said no. I just affiliate.
All right, it was fun.
Wow.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Guys, due to personal reasons, I can no longer continue with this campaign.
That was easy. That was fast. No, I just had to.
TPK.
Well,
Yeah, total party kill. We're out. Sorry, Tom.
sorry. To explain, we got affiliated, and this is the first affiliate stream.
Woo!
You.
So
Click
everyone
on the
who's
sub
watching,
button for more
make sure
weird
you
jokes.
scrub. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Subscribe, everybody.
Scrub to the channel. That's
Yeah, that's it.
Do it.
that's. I'm gonna make a beanie. Anyway, what the fuck? Last time, I don't think I have any more announcements. I think that was it. Yeah, I think that's it. Last time we played Dungeons and Dragons, which is a thing we do, you ended up in a fight with some pirates that ended in a draw. They shut up the inn of Tam's hometown with a cannon. You took down most of them, but 3 of them, including Captain, ran away with a ship. You sustained heavy damage, and so did they. And after a few moments' rest, a revelation was brought to the table by Sonos that everything wasn't exactly like it seemed. After storming out of the door, Celeste had some time to herself, while the rest of the party ate donuts.
While Jean limped idly after her.
I was gonna say, yeah.
And that's where we left off last time. There you go.
So, are we picking it up in the evening or in the morning?
In the evening, you have not had a long rest yet.
Okay, great. I need to be very careful not to trip over anything in the dark, or else I'm gone.
Trip, PK, kill.
So I think at this point, Celeste would be storming off down the road, kind of just wandering, and she might go back, back to the village, and just go out onto the water, to the dock where they were earlier, and she would just kind of sit in the mess that they've made, and she would probably just sit there until the early hours of the morning, probably about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, before succumbing to her weariness and making her way back. I don't even know if she would return. She might try and hole up, perhaps, in like some of the wreckage, potentially, and pull out a sleeping bag or something and sleep down there.
There's definitely barrels and crates and stuff that's been smashed in a fight that you could potentially have a rest in. Not necessarily comfortable, but at least doable.
Yes.
Jean had left to basically do his best to try keep an eye on Celeste as she went off after what had been found out, even though he doesn't fully understand what had happened. But he sort of would have kept enough of a distance that purely he could just see her just to make sure she's okay, nothing more, and just yeah, I don't even think he'd be particularly hiding, just be like sitting there, and then after a little bit sitting on the dock and that, I think he would have seen that she was okay, and he would have headed back.
Right. No problem. And the rest of you are in Tam's family's house, as far as I remember. So Tam and Ingwe are still in the living room, I presume.
Did we go back to my house? I don't remember going back to my house. Did we?
I think you did after you. So you were very heavily damaged, all of you, when you left. So
Yeah.
We had that chat, I think, in your dining room where we found out about Sonos.
Yes, that's right.
And your dad went off to find someone authority-wise and inform them.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess so. My first instinct, yeah. So, Mum, can you check over Ingwe? Make sure that he's not hurt.
Yes, of course.
I can't do anything right now to help.
No,
We've
of
seen
course, no problem. Are you hurt, young man?
I didn't. I haven't got any hurts. I see. I was a wolf when we were fighting. I can,
Right.
Mr. Tam, if you're worried about healing people, you can give them berries. I only have, wait, I've got 15.
Well, Ingwe,
Here, you take 7.
okay. Oh well, thank you. How long do they last? Can I just keep them?
Oh, wait a second. Give me those 2 back.
Okay.
Yeah. So those 7, so quarter moon tomorrow. This time tomorrow.
Okay. Well, thank you. I will. Hopefully, we hopefully we won't need them.
Yeah. These ones will run out.
Before tomorrow. I noticed that during the battle we got in some dire straits. Some pretty hairy goings on, I would have thought. I think I saw Jean. Jean went down at least once, maybe twice. I think. I remember him floating in the water, face down. It was awful.
Yeah, I bet the berries work. They're just not as good. Like what you do is really, wow. That's cool. I wish I could do that.
I wish I could do it more. Honestly, they got a point there where it was all I could do to keep myself up. But I knew that if I went down, then it would be I wouldn't be any help to anyone. But I think that we're all up, and from what I could tell, how many injuries were there in the village? I can't even remember.
Not too many. Because we attacked so quickly. I think that's why me and Mr. John went. I think we both had the same idea. I mean, we didn't talk about it or anything, but I think we had the same idea that if we scared the pirates away, if we attacked them, then less people would get hurt. And I don't think I mean, I had a pretty good look as a wolf, and I don't think anyone was hurt apart from us.
I think there was there somebody in the inn when it was struck by the cannon. I think one of the barmaids, perhaps. Yes. I think unfortunately she met an end. It's terrible, really. I know she had family, and I know how devastated they must be. Such an awful thing. I can't believe they just opened fire on the inn of all things. I was so surprised.
And the soldiers.
Yeah, they killed the soldiers. Yeah, we saw the captain. He just cold blood just killed them. Without it would seem like without even a second thought. He just terrible people, really. Terrible people.
Mr. Tam. I've rested for a bit.
Yes.
Do you think tomorrow we're gonna try and follow? Should I go and follow the ship and let you know where it is, or are we gonna go and try and finish that job? Should we just let them go and?
Anyway, part of me really does want to follow them, but I'm also very concerned that we've already tried and we almost got killed, all of us. I think we should meet with them once more. We should have a reckoning, but I think we need to get stronger first. I think that as it stands, I don't think that I'm not going to be any more powerful tomorrow than I am today. And Jean, he nearly died twice, and I think that all of us want to sort this out, but
well, we scared them away, so
we did.
I mean, we have sorted it. We've protected your family. They won't be coming back here anytime soon.
I don't think so.
Particularly if they think that we're here. Like,
yes,
I know you think we lost, but they ran away.
Well, I don't think we lost, but we certainly didn't beat them, and I mean we did get them to leave, which was our intention. But I would I would like to. Meet them again one time. I don't. I don't usually go out of my way to start fights, but after their behavior in the village, I think that kind of wanton violence it's terrible. Um, but I think that the death of the guards will bring a great deal of attention to them. I think that they've bitten off more than us to chew. I think that killing those 3 guards and attacking the village, destroying the inn, they've drawn some attention to themselves. So I think that we're not the only ones who might have something to say to them. But tomorrow, I'm not sure, Ingwe. Tomorrow, all I know is right now I need to sleep. I need to rest. I'm glad that you're okay. I know that Celeste is terribly angry with me. And I know that everything that happened with her and Sonus, it's very complicated and I don't really understand. But I think that she's okay physically. And I think Jean was pretty injured when I saw him last. Have you seen where he is? Have you seen where he went? I think he went to follow Celeste.
Yeah, I think Mr. John was just, I mean, pretty stupid because he's not very healthy at the moment, but...
No, he's not.
You know... do you want me to... Do you want to go check on him? And I might have a chat to... Can I talk to Sonos, Alexander?
I wish that I
Is he
could...
here?
I wish that I could tell Sonus what to do, my friend. But unlike what I expected with the familiar, he seems to not really listen to me all that much. I think if you wanted to talk to him, I could try to get him to come and you can talk with him. I would like to go and find John and make sure that he's okay. Well, hang on. I might just see if he'll answer. Hang on, John, are you there?
Yep.
Sean, where are you?
Down near the docks. Just making sure Celeste is all right.
Ah, yes. Good idea. Jean, you just sound hurt. You're still hurt. You haven't managed to heal up any, have you?
Ingwe gave me some of them berries, although I feel like each one I eat, I start to feel more full, so I'm gonna get sick if I keep eating these things. They seem to help a bit, but I'm sure a good
Yes.
night's rest will sort me out.
That's what I think, John. Do you think you could try... I will talk to Celeste and see if I can convince her to come back. Is she sleeping there? Are you with her?
Right now, she's just out on the dock, it looks like. I think she might need some time to vent this one through.
Yes. Well, John, make sure that both of you get some rest. Whatever happens tomorrow, you can't face it like this.
All right. All
Okay,
right. I'll make sure.
Give her my love, and I'll talk to you soon.
All the best.
Okay. Well, Ingwe, Jean sounds pretty messed up, but I think he's going to be okay. You know, he's pretty tough. He's with Celeste. They're at the dock. I don't think she wants to come back here. I think we need to give her some space. I think John said that. He was right. But I need to rest. I need sleep. I can try to call Sonus, and you can have a chat if you like before you go to bed. But I need to do my prayers and do my exercises, and then I need to go to bed. Do you want me to call Sonus for you?
Well, maybe we'll wait till after tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Well, you just
I
let
need
me
to
know.
talk to the elders. I need to do the same.
Okay. Well, look, help yourself to the bedrooms. Mum, please let Dad know that we're okay, and we really need some rest. So I'll be off now.
Right. Just have a good sleep, and everyone's safe now, thanks to you. So take it easy and try to let it go a little.
We can try. I'm So Tam will, yeah, like you said, I gotta say some prayers to Athea. I think Tam is questioning now uh, the power that he has, and how useful it is if he can't save his friends. Um, and I think he's going to just not really ask anything from Athea, but kind of just sort of wondering, I guess, aloud to her. And then yeah, gonna try and get a full night's rest, long rest for me, please.
Right. And Ingwe?
So Ingwe will go up to the room that Celeste was in. She's not in it again. And there's like there's a totem that he has where he'll recount his day like a diary.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a piece of metal that his mum gave him.
Right.
So he'll like just rub that and kind of.
Right. Can you roll a d6 for me?
I can.
What did you get? One? Right. Doesn't necessarily mean anything bad. But let me have a look here. So you get a word out of this plaque. So last time you got 23 and an X in one spot, but this spot here you get a word. It says palm, Palm, palm.
And then he's probably going to just go to sleep.
Right. Very well. And Sean?
After hearing, make sure Celeste gets some rest in that. I think John will reconsider walking back, and instead he's gonna try slip into the edge of like an alley of a nearby building, if possible, where he can still keep his eye on Celeste if there's a building close enough.
It's not. There's not so much alleys, but you can definitely like sit somewhere between two houses, and then it won't be like obvious.
Okay, and he's gonna just slouch down and sort of in a seated position on the floor. He's gonna sit there and just basically watch a bit until he dozes off.
Right. All good. Celeste.
So yeah, I think that she will just bunker down somewhere, maybe like in between like two barrels, set herself up on a couple of crates, and probably pressed up against the side of the inn, I'd say, even though it's being kind of destroyed.
The inn's a little further away from the docks, though.
Yeah, so she would have like wandered like back from the docks afterwards. She would have sat there for like hours and hours and hours, just like watching the moons, kind of like their reflection on the water.
Yep. Nice.
And then made her way back and just, I guess, eventually fall into some sort of exhausted trance. I do have a question though.
Yes.
What season are we currently in, and how close are we to the next? So we're currently in
At the very end of summer. Sorry, at the very end of what comes before summer? Spring. What the fuck? Yes, spring. We're about to finish spring, going into summer.
how many days left would you say there are?
It's probably a month left of the spring part, and then that's like everything's starting to bloom here and there. You haven't seen too much of it because most of where you've been is green grassland areas, and most of the fauna there has pretty much similar life all through, except for winter and autumn. But yeah, so about a month left of this season, really.
Okay, cool. Just as a note, I'll try and keep track of it as best I can.
Right. Just keep asking if you have any questions.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, I think that she would just kind of sit there and try and like force herself to stay awake until eventually, her injuries and exhaustion just takes her over and she falls into a meditative trance.
Right.
Probably even fall asleep sitting up.
Okay, so while you're sleeping there, it starts to gently rain. It gives you a like comforting, not unpleasant. It's not like it's getting you wet. You're undercover, but you can hear this gentle rain just kind of soothing you into sleep. Yeah, but you all wake up next morning after a long night's rest. Some more comfortable than others.
Can I wake up early?
You usually always wake up early, don't you?
Yeah, I tried to go to sleep early to wake up early. And I'm going to pull out like a knick-knack that I have, and then like pull it out. I'm going to go outside, pull out like, imagine I have like random acorns that I think look cool, and so I'm going to pull out like a stone. I'm going to pull out like an acorn that I think looks cool.
Right.
And then I'm going to turn into a horse.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to run to catch the boat.
Run to catch the boat.
Yeah, I realize it's been a long time.
It's been at least 8 hours for a long rest, so all right. I'd say that how long are you going to try to catch it for?
2 hours going
Okay.
fast.
So you go as fast as you possibly can for 2 hours down, following the river, and you have no sign of them. They've been gone for too long.
Yeah, and then an hour's long rest, and then I'll come back.
Right.
So will be 5 hours.
Okay, so you do this while everyone wakes up and you're not there, because that will take you 3 hours.
Yeah.
So, considering that you're sleeping in the most uncomfortable place, I think that Celeste is probably the first one to wake, other than Ingwe.
Okay. Yeah, kind of like bleary-eyed and a little bit damp. She'll wake up and look around. Does she see Jean?
Not currently. He's in bed, I believe.
I'm just tucked in next to the building.
Oh, sorry, I thought you went back to go to bed. Yeah, you're
no.
just sleeping up against a building. But you're dry, completely dry.
Sweet.
I'm going to walk over to him and just kind of like kick his boots.
Oh, morning.
You following me?
Just making sure you're right. I don't know what exactly happened yesterday, but best I can tell, it didn't seem like a good situation.
I think it's neither good or bad, it's just complicated, and
Oh, I sure as hell didn't fully understand it, so I can understand that.
I think you can also understand, how much we value honesty. And it just, to find out that someone in our group that we're supposed to rely on has been lying to me, or at least hiding something rather important, I feel very uncomfortable, especially returning to his house. So
That's completely fair. I can completely understand that. I mean, if you don't want to go back today, I'm happy to keep you company for the day. You do whatever you need to do to process this.
I don't think I'll be returning today, no. Yes, I don't feel comfortable. And I feel like I have to apologize as well for what happened yesterday. In terms of the whole, she gesture back towards the dock.
I don't think you need to apologize for anything there.
I did try to warn everyone, but...
Exactly. You did your part.
Rash decisions.
Ingwe and I jumped on that thing from behind. I tried to climb that damn thing with my axes.
You're quite
If anything-
large.
Yeah, that was an experience.
Like a gazelle leaping through the air yesterday.
I thought it was more like a hippopotamus that was trying to learn to fly, but I appreciate it.
It would be something interesting to see, wouldn't it? Hippopotamuses flying.
Yep. That's purely based on description. I don't think I've even seen one.
Sure, we could arrange it.
Well, yeah. If anyone was causing trouble there, it would have been us running towards the back. But you don't got nothing to worry about. You gave us ample warning. I think we just didn't realize to what extent how bad those people were.
So what do you think the plan is now? Are we to leave now and go to the capital and, escort these noblemen to their party, or don't? I feel that there's a disconnect in
I'd
this
be
group.
lying. I think they. It's difficult to say, really, but I'd be lying if I didn't say that the money was somewhat appealing, but money's not a priority for me. Not long term. I think it's best that you do what you need to do to process this. I can go back to the group, let them know you're taking the day. We always got these stones if we need to communicate. But if we do decide to go ahead with it, I think we do have to leave today some point, for otherwise we ain't gonna make it.
I agree. Do you want to come down to the docks with me, just for a little while? It's
Sure.
still quite early. I don't even think the sun's crested over the horizon yet, but I can make us a cup of coffee and we can
Yeah,
watch the sunrise, I suppose.
absolutely. Sounds wonderful.
As we go and sit down, and I'll like brew some coffee and all that stuff, and then I'll kind of turn to John and go, "John, to play a game."
Um, I'm not particularly good at games, but I'll give it a try.
Trust me neither. This is something I've been practicing. And I'll reach into my back pocket and I'll pull out like a tattered pair of like a tattered deck of playing cards. And I'll just start dealing as we're sitting there drinking our coffee. Okay. Make it interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll pull out some gold out of my pocket and I'll put down 10 gold on the dock between us and go, make it interesting.
Mm-hmm. Just told you I'm not good at it. I put 10 gold in the middle too.
Okay. Well, I'm counting on it. I don't know what game we'd be playing, but whatever it is, Celeste is going to try and intentionally lose. Whatever the game is, or like bluff her way through not winning the game.
Like the game from what's
Fair.
the Squid Game? Have you seen the Squid Game where you got
like
to hold the
marbles.
marbles in your hand? Like
Yeah.
Honor Reaper.
Yeah.
Well, there's a very simple one just called War. I don't know if you ever tried that, where basically you just draw a card and whoever has the highest wins.
Fair enough.
I'm sure you can try that. So you can try a sleight of hand check, Celeste, and Sean a perception check.
I like how this is to lose.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's a dirty 20 for sleight of hand.
I got a +5. Total of 11.
So she's not very good at this game. She's just teaching you, but that's not your problem.
Fuck. She'll like disgruntledly slide across her 10 gold.
And you enjoy this game?
Usually I win, Jean. It's not usually a beginner comes out of the gate and swindles my money, but I won't push you into the water this time.
Oh, I appreciate it. Just very confused at the circumstance of basically like, hey, want to play a game? I lost his money. He sort of just slides it, puts it back away, and ties it back up. And oh, all right. We should play again sometime.
I don't like playing with you.
Fair enough. All right. Well, you want me to hang with you for a bit?
No, it's fine. You can go back and get cleaned up and have a good breakfast. I'm happy sitting here.
All right. I just want to
Maybe
go make sure my gear's all right.
Maybe just ask the group what their plans are, if they do intend to do this thing, because money, I need money. I have goals that I'm trying to achieve, and the whole reason I came to Bal in the first place was to get money. And if that is no longer the intention of the group, then I shall do it myself.
Well, all right. That's fair enough. He's going to turn around, open the bag, pull out the 10 gold, sort of just confused as to what to do, just put it back and start walking back. And he's going to go collect his armor from the back of the cart before he heads in to meet with the others.
Right.
Because he definitely just left that where it lay.
Yes.
But yeah.
That's right. And 10, you also wake up and you find yourself alone in the house, except for your mum downstairs cooking breakfast for everyone.
So I'll make my way downstairs, and I'll obviously say hi to Mum.
Hey.
Mum, have you seen Dad? Is he back?
Oh, he's not back yet, but I don't know how long he's going to be. It's a little bit of a ride away from here to get to any significant outposts, but
Yes.
I don't imagine it would be too long, I hope.
Okay. Do you think he'll be back today?
I hope so, yes. He's a pretty good rider. He's just not,
Yes, he
you know,
is.
very amble at acrobatics, but
Yes. He is good. He's a good horseman. Have you seen my friend? Have you seen Ingwe?
he left early this morning, I think. Not sure where he went. Didn't see him come back.
Okay. Did he say where he was going?
No, he was very cheerful and like he had a mission.
He is a cheerful guy. Okay. All right. Have you seen any of the others? Has Jean or Celeste come back?
No, no one else came back that I know of last night.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Well, Mum, I'm going to. Thanks. I'm just going to grab something and run. I'm going to head back down to the docks and see if I can help. Maybe start to tidy up. See if I can find my friends.
Okay, well, let me make you a breakfast roll. Here, take some. It's kind of like a, what do you call it? Like a flat piece of bread, like a panini kind of thing, and then eggs and bacon. Just rolls it all together. Yeah, breakfast burrito. And she hands you one of those ones. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna grab that and hit the road.
Right.
I'm gonna head back down towards the village and. Yeah, looking around, trying to see for Ingwe, because I don't know where he is right now.
So you don't see Ingwe at this current stage, but you do see Sean picking up his armor from the back of the cart where you put it, because you did try to hide it, but just not from that perspective. Mm-hmm. And after a few more minutes, I'd say that a very worn horse arrives as well. No? Okay. So Ingwe arrives?
Nope, Ingwe's
Nope.
not arriving.
Ingwe's not back.
Cool.
Okay.
All good. Never mind.
Sorry.
That's cool. I thought that was your plan.
Ingwe's coming back.
This is going to take him a while, eh?
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
Waiting to be reactive.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry.
What do you see, Sean? That's cool. That's cool.
If you can let me know how long. So if I left, so no one's called me on the way there. No one's tried to call me on the telephone.
Nope.
Okay, they're all just looking around. Yeah, I'm still unsure what I'm going to do.
Nope, that's cool. But 10, you see Sean.
Morning, fella.
Morning, John. How are you feeling after yesterday?
Much better, funnily enough. I didn't think where I slept would help, but I think it popped something back in place, so... yeah.
That's good. You certainly took a beating yesterday. My goodness, man, you sure know how to fight. I saw you were enormous. It was seriously impressive.
Yeah, we can thank Ingwe for that one. I don't know what he did, but he touched me with like a grasshopper leg and made me tingly, and then I grew and I could jump. I
I ain't hurting because of that. We'll put it that way.
Oh well, friend, I for one am so glad to have you around. You certainly can handle yourself. Um, I'm glad that you're better. I'm glad that
I'm,
you're not hurt.
I'm glad to have had you guys around. I definitely. I mean, I best I can recall, there were at least two moments where I got lapses in memory. So
Yes, I won't go into too much detail, but yes, it was a day. How about um, how about Celeste?
I I think she'll be all right. I think it's
Okay,
just you know something
yeah,
to
mm,
something threw her a little that whole scenario. I think it might be best you keep a little on the quieter side with her.
yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. I have no intention of making it any worse.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I understand. She must be confused and hurt. I certainly don't want to make it any worse. So yes, I'm as long as she's okay, she's not hurt or anything. I guess time will tell. Did she say anything about what she wants to do now today? Is she going to stay with us, or what does she want?
I think she's initially said she wanted to not really return back to the farm,
Hmm.
which
Okay,
implied to me she wanted a bit of alone time today. But at the
okay.
same time, we were discussing about the job at hand. Um,
Oh yes, of course. The mission that we got.
yeah,
We had to go to the city and protect some people.
you,
I've completely forgot about it after yesterday. My goodness,
it's yeah, it's definitely been some crazy couple hours.
it really
Uh,
has.
but I believe she was implying that the money would do well by her, and I
Okay.
don't I don't disagree. I think we could all do with a bit of money. Nothing wrong
Yes.
with that. But of course, want to make sure everything's all right. The town's gonna be okay. Your father sent off, right? That was the last I saw of him.
Yes. Mum said he set off on horse. He's going to the next garrison. I think it would have taken him at least overnight. She said she expects him back today sometime. But yes, I think he'll raise the alarm with the guard. I imagine they will take some time themselves to gather themselves together.
Yep.
But yes, I think I'm with you, John, and hopefully with Celeste. I too would like to continue on with the mission that we had, and try to get together some more coin, um, and yeah, I guess just hope that we can hold the group together. Hey, have you seen Ingwe today at all?
Last I saw, he was back at the house with you.
Well, I woke up this morning and he was gone. And Mum said he left early this morning. She said he was happy and he looked like he had something to do. I thought maybe he'd come back down here to help.
I immediately look around in case I could see Ingwe like just blending in with the people somewhere doing
Yeah,
something.
I'm gonna look for animals like cows or like a donkey or something. Is there something random?
So at this point, like, so you said that it's about the time that I arrived back. I'm going to try and stay at the edge of the village to try and look at everyone unseen, but take a short rest. I want to rest
Right.
watching. So
Right. You can make a
maybe like a
perception check.
contested stealthy perspective. Like I don't want to, I'm trying to hide from them.
Okay, so you can do a stealth check, and then you two can do a perception check.
Cool.
Sure. Oh, I need dice. Hey,
There you go. That's always
I
one.
left them
That's
in here.
always
I'll be
one.
back in a second.
It's right next to the black dragon.
I got a 17. Dun, 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 dun.
I'm always prepared. What are you talking about?
Hmm. Cheat your life.
Some Boy Scout you are.
Okay. What am I rolling? Perception.
Yes.
Ooh, not bad. So that's an 18 plus. Perception is 3, so 21.
Ingwe is going to cast Pass Without a Trace. He has a -1 for stealth,
Oof.
and with Pass Without the Trace, got a 15.
So
rolled a 4.
are you in your own form, or are you in a horse
No,
form?
so I came back and I'm trying to rest
Right.
like in a bush, like.
Okay. So you see this bush, and everything looks like a normal bush, except you see this hair sticking up, like an afro, just on top of the bush. See, like he didn't sink in enough, and it looks in a very familiar color and rather out of place.
Yeah. So Sean, did you see it as well?
Yes.
I got a 17, so yeah, I imagine.
Yeah. Okay. So you saw it too. Can you see over there?
Yeah. First glance, I thought it was like an odd bush.
Like a bird in a tree. But then I think it's, yeah. I think,
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm just gonna let him. He seems to be doing something. That he,
He's doing something very Ingwe.
he's
Yeah.
doing something very exactly. Maybe he's pretending to be a bird or a tree or something. I'm gonna go and help with the inn. If he decides that he doesn't want to be a tree anymore, you send him down and help with the inn. I'm going to try to start cleaning up. I don't know how much I can do, but I thought I'd better help.
No, good idea. I think. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on him best I can.
Yeah. Okay. He's an interesting fellow, isn't he?
Yeah. Then again, I'm used to simple folk, and
yeah. I like him, but he's yes. Anyway, okay. I'm going down to the inn.
all right.
All right. I'll talk soon. So yeah, I'll
Be
just make
careful.
my way make my way down to the inn. Are there any is there anyone? Because obviously there was people that weren't hurt. Because there were other houses and stuff. Does it look like there's a cleaning party, like people trying to clean up a bit?
So the bodies have been removed, and there's some people who are starting to like hammer together some boards and make it look a little respectable and try to make it work. Seems most of the chaos is getting cleaned up a little bit throughout the city with the cannonball still literally just resting on the what do you call it? The bottom of the floor. There's a hole, and you can see half a cannonball sticking out of there.
Wow.
Okay. But yeah.
Is there any way, like, how big is a cannonball? Can I pick it up and move it?
It's like this.
Okay, so it's too big for me to move. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy.
Well, in that case, I'm just going to chip in. I'm just going to see if somebody, like, whatever I can do to stay busy and just help pick up stuff, whatever.
So 2 of the mates that were not killed are still there helping as well. And they're both looking at you like, you were a hero last night. You're saving us from these pirates. Just let us know if you're free tonight.
Yeah, so Tam will sort of thank you and like just leave it at that. He's not really feeling amorous today.
Can I ask a DM question?
Yes.
So 2 things. One, I have 2 charges of wild shape.
Mm-hmm.
Can I take them and I can do it for 1 hour? Can I take 2 of them to last 2 hours?
Well, you just do it again.
Yeah. Do I have to pop out and then back in, or can I just like do it again without popping out? And
I'd say you can extend it. I think that.
My second question, which will make clear what I'm trying to do, is can I short rest while I'm wild? Like if I turn into a mouse, and then rest as a mouse, could I kind of indefinitely wild shape as long as I'm actively resting? Like, can I
No.
hide in a box somewhere
No.
and regain my... No. Okay, so I have to...
No.
Changes what I'm going to do then?
That would be too easy. If you turn into a shark and just rest on the bottom of the sea, like,
Yeah.
ready to go. No, but I'd say you can prolong one with another. That's fair enough.
Do the two, but I
yeah.
can't then get another one because I'm resting as a mouse. Yeah.
Nah. No.
So unless Celeste is gonna, like while the morning, as soon as I've got my short rest, you'll get a message from Ingwe that says, make sure you keep the acorn in the cart, so that I can find you. I'm on an important mission. I'll catch up to you before we have that job.
What kind of mission are you on, friend?
It's very secret and mysterious.
I imagine I'm just watching top of his head behind the bush while he's doing
Just see the rocket.
It's like, well, all right. We're probably going to be meeting up soon, discuss a few things. And we don't have much time we can waste today.
That's all right. I'll catch up. Whatever you decide, I'm with you. I'll be there soon.
All right. Put my rock away.
You can almost see the bush moving when he's talking.
Yeah. At that point, I'm just gonna take a couple steps, stop, look, raise an eyebrow, and then turn, and I'm gonna head to the inn to help out as well.
Well, at the end, you see Tam and all the people working there, including 2 waitresses, trying to put up some boards and hammer them in and try to make it look a little bit respectable.
Yeah.
And then the cannonball in the fucking floor.
How the hell they made this thing do this? I don't understand it.
Yes, it's amazing what we can do when destruction is at heart. Do you think we could try and get this out of here? It's awful.
Actually, just leave it there. It's going to add to the decor of this small, fine village. I'll rename the inn to the Cannonball.
Okay, are you sure?
Absolutely, this is gonna be the best thing ever. I swear, this is gonna turn into a franchise.
Okay, sure. Okay, well, I guess we're leaving it here, John. I'll get.
Yes, please. I'll just find a way to get it out of there. But yeah.
Was that Bert who said that? The owner?
Yes.
Okay. John's just gonna raise an eyebrow and then turn back and be like, people deal with grief in weird ways around here.
They do, don't they? But Bert's always been a bit of a weird one, so what can you do? He does make very fine food, and he's an excellent tavern keeper, so...
Yeah, but one of his employees lost their life here yesterday due to this thing.
She did. It was awful. Well, I better get back to it. So he'll go back and keep getting busy.
Right. Anything you want to do, Celeste?
No, Celeste is just sitting out on the docks with her feet in the water. Just sitting there drinking coffee. Probably playing her pan flute.
So one thing you also did notice is that when you left the inn in the morning, there was like dew on the grass and such from the rain, but it was only around the inn. There was no rain anywhere else, just on the inn.
Very bizarre. Would I... I've got half proficiency in nature and survival, but I don't think it's... I don't know, would I know of anything that would cause, like, very localized showers?
I'd say you can make an Arcana check, because that's not a normal thing.
Arcana, also half proficiency. I'm going to roll one of my new dice. Hopefully they don't...
Here comes the first natural one.
I probably will. I want to roll. I've got this, like, really, really tiny one. actually. It came in the set. It's like a little bitty one. I'm going to use that.
Hold
Tiny
it up to the
dice.
camera. I want to see. I want to see.
It's like it's like itty bitty,
Oh.
and it's got
What's
got
inside
bats
of it?
in it. It's little
Oh,
bats.
Brad.
Very cute. Right. So Arcana was it?
Yes.
Okay. That's an 18 plus 3 for a 21.
It almost seems like someone or something cast some sort of spell to make it rain. Or
Just over the inn.
just over the inn, it seems.
Peculiar.
Plot twist: John's a wizard.
He's been a wizard this whole time.
You're a
You
wizard,
knew all
Johnny.
along and you never told us.
It's just a warlock as well.
Yeah.
Or he's like a trickery domain cleric who just likes to fuck everyone over. Alright, yeah. Cool. She would have no idea what to do with that information. She's not attuned to naturist magic. She might think to ask Ingwe later on, perhaps, but she would just be like, odd. And then, yeah, just sit down and chill by the water, kind of ignoring what's going on behind her. You know, if people are cleaning up the docks and cleaning up all the area, she wouldn't move. She'd be like, oh yeah, good morning.
Make a
Oh,
perception
London
check.
crates, are you? How interesting.
Make a perception check.
Perception. I'm going to roll the big chonker one that goes with it.
Here comes the one.
So, perception, right? Oh fuck. That's an 8.
8. So you don't see Ingwe, and you don't see the cavalry arriving either because you're looking the other way.
Can
But-
I though? Like,
Just watching
I'm
the
looking from the
water.
bushes. If there's
Hmm?
like people, like my point of being in the bushes hiding is to watch what everyone's doing.
Right.
Can I roll?
You can roll a perception check as well.
I'm trying to be reactive. Don't worry about it.
Okay. You doze off, and then all you hear is birds. But while you're at the dock, Celeste, you don't see it coming. You don't realize it because you're focusing on something else. But then suddenly you hear like a whole bunch of horses just stop right behind you. And as you look around, you see there's like a whole group of cavalry. There's several different like wagons with soldiers. Some of these are the Golden Gauntlet. You don't see the Logan as you have briefly seen before, but you do see a whole bunch of the other ones, and they have all arrived, and they're starting to dish out orders like, clean the docks, clear it, make sure that you contract the ship, go over here, do this, and they just kind of navigate everyone. And these guys, there's 2 of these Golden Gauntlet, and they're just barking out orders to this like 40 soldiers. They're starting to infiltrate docks and looking for something. So suddenly you're not so alone anymore. But you're right.
I thought in a small village like this it would be easier to find somewhere I could be by myself, but apparently there's someone everywhere that I go. I guess she'll just sit there. She'll just like watch them, I guess, just intrigued. Try and make conversation with them. She's, just kind of sit there, watch them, watch what they're doing, watch what they're looking at, and just kind of observe, I guess, what they're up to. Having a sort of sticky beak, but not trying to engage them.
It's a big mixture between like investigating what's going on, but also clearing and cleaning, like making sure that it's safe for other patrons and the dock is open for use again. And you can notice that there's other ships that are starting to come closer out in the horizon. So it's probably good timing. But that's pretty much most of it. The 2 Golden Gauntlet guys, they both head up towards the inn. But nothing out of the ordinary, in this sense at least. And I'd say that you do see this as well, Ingwe. You do suddenly wake up from your little
When
nap,
people arrive, like,
and then you realize there's these soldiers everywhere that you didn't see, and you were, of course, paying attention the whole time, but they were just really sneaky. And you see just soldiers everywhere, like cleaning and patrolling and such. And Sean and Tam, you are suddenly interrupted by 2 Golden Gauntlet guards. A female with long brown hair in a ponytail, and a man with short white hair. He looks like he is in his 50s, and he has a little bit of stubbles, but he doesn't have a full beard. And the woman addresses you and says, "Hey, what has transpired here? What is going on? I see that there's a cannonball in the floor."
So Tam, these guys are high-ranking officers, so Tam would be deferential to them, as they are. So he's still an army guy. So, what do you call, ma'am? Yeah.
Probably
Sir.
sir in this case, yeah. Or
Sir,
sir or
ma'am,
ma'am.
I'm so glad you're here. It was awful. There was an attack yesterday. And as you can see, it didn't go too well. One of the barmaids, she lost her life. The cannonball hit the inn and destroyed the place. Have you seen my father? Have you seen Rand?
Yes, he was the one who came and got us and
Thank goodness.
notified us of the situation. He's resting currently in Kingshelm, as he had to travel quite far to get us, unfortunately. This is not normal circumstances in small towns. Do you know which way the ship went? Did it go outwards or did it go inwards, inland?
It went inwards. It went inwards.
Right, that's concerning. We didn't see it on the way.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I think that they were definitely injured. We put up a fight, and I know for certain that we injured them, and I think actually we killed at least one, and they maybe had three left to sail the boat.
Right, so you couldn't have gotten that far, but yes.
I don't believe so, but
Right.
the ones that were left were very powerful. The captain,
Meow.
he was some sort of
You notice a small cat
he's a cat.
curled around your legs.
Hello, cat. So the captain was some sort of magic user, I believe. He shot the town's guards. We alerted the town's guards that these people were here and that they meant no good. And when they confronted him, he shot them with some kind of magical weapon. It was able to take all three of them at once with one weapon. It was quite shocking, really. But yes, that's about all I know.
Right, that's quite more than we know from the start. Castor, can you go and tell the city? Can you just head off right now, please? And he acknowledges her, and he eats out the door.
Was Tam correct by saying that they went inland?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Sorry. So Ingwe's just went that way and come back.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
Cool.
Ma'am, there was at least one magic user that I can remember. There's a green gentleman with green hair and blue skin, if I remember.
Yeah, we saw a Triton lying out there on the ground. I'm assuming that he was part of this.
Yes. And some of my friends were hurt, but I think that everyone's okay. Are your men going to stay and help to repair the village?
Yes, we're gonna build some fortifications in case the city needs to be protected better in the future. Unfortunately, this hasn't happened until now, but we haven't been on the case until now, so now we'll just simply change the area, so most of the docks will be turning into a garrison from now on, I think.
Do you think that they'll be coming back?
I wouldn't assume so. This is not a normal circumstance in the first place, so them coming back a second time would be unrational.
Why do you think they blew up the inn? Why were they here?
Well, from what I could gather from the questions we have asked some of the locals, it seems like they shot the guards and then they decided to shoot up the inn. And it's a very known fact that the guards frequent the inn. Or maybe they were just menacing. I'm not sure why they did it in the first place, but it could have been a logical or illogical decision on their part. Or maybe they...
There's never been anything like this. This is my home. There's never been anything like this here. It's we farm and we raise livestock. I've never seen anything like this here.
No, I understand that. It is not something that we see normally in these small towns either, but since the water has become frequently unsafe lately, they have probably been forced to move their operations elsewhere. A lot of these coastal cities, usually more south, have been attacked by various creatures from the sea. Like you can see that there is a Triton here, for instance. He might have been fleeing his homeland to find opportunity elsewhere. I'm not sure. It seems like something's going on in the water. So, other than that, I can't really tell you.
Well, I'm very glad you're here. Thank you for coming so quickly. I know that the people in this village will be very glad for your help.
Right.
But if you don't mind, ma'am, I'll get back to work.
Yes, carry on.
Thank you.
I'll go in and talk to some other individuals to see what I can best do to prepare the city for a future invasion or similar situation. Good day. And she walks off.
Good day.
As Tam will reach down and pick up the cat.
It looks surprisingly fluffy.
Hello, cat. How did you get here? Oh, you're a friendly cat, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely more of a dog person myself.
You don't like cats? Oh, I love cats.
Is that cat alright? It sounds like a dog. Shit. Might get hit by the cannonball.
Okay, well, look, I better get back to work. It's lovely to meet you, cat. I'll try and find you some treats. If you stick around, just stay out of trouble, and if you stick around, I'll find you something delicious to eat. Yeah, off you go. And Tam will get back to work.
Right. And Celeste, you also see these two individuals leave one by one. The first one leaves, jumps immediately on a horse, and just darts off in the direction of the ship. And the lady comes out a little bit after. She kind of just stands in the middle of the so-called town square and just organizes and orchestrates everything going on.
While that conversation was going and that, John would have been standing by, just keeping quiet as he did, sort of just listening in and that. And then afterwards, going back to helping, he'd very obviously be distracted for a bit, I think. And then after a few moments, just sort of turn to Tam and be like, all right, so they're notified, they're here.
Yes. Thank goodness. I think if those pirates came back again, I think they'd be in for a surprise.
I think so. These guys seem pretty armed up.
I think that the officer, the woman, she carries herself like she probably knows what she's about. She has the air of a leader. So I think that the town's in good hands. And I'm glad to hear that my father is well. Do you think that this means that we can continue on our mission?
Well, that was concerning me. Is I got this constant thing in the back of my mind, just telling me with the time restraints we got.
Yes.
I mean, I want to continue to help these people, but now that they're here, I'm thinking the town might be all right.
They're in good hands. I agree. Do you think Inway is still in the bush?
I mean, that's where I last saw him. He was sitting there.
Okay. Well, he did say he would find us, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Do you want to perhaps see if? Well, I don't want to go and talk to Celeste. Do you want to?
Oh, yep,
Do you want to talk
yep.
to Celeste and she'll perhaps meet us at the wagon or?
I'll go have a chat. No problem.
Okay.
Why don't you see if you can find Ingwe? I'll
I'll
go
see
grab
if I can
Celeste.
find Ingwe. Okay. And he will. He's gonna go sneak over to the bush and try to creep up on Ingwe while he's hiding in the bush.
Who's a cat following John?
No, don't follow me. Follow him.
Well,
All right.
well, you get to the bush and you think you grab his hair and tussle it a little bit, but then it's just like a bird's nest.
It's a bird. Like I thought. Beautiful. So at that, I guess, the bloody furbolgs. Ingwe, what are you doing? We come to the cart, Ingwe. I think we're going to go. Jean's going to find Celeste. Wherever you are. I thought you were in the bush. I know you were in the bush, Ingwe. But come to the cart, okay? Please. So I'll just go back over to the cart, start readying it up, making sure everything's shipshape, stowing all the gear, making sure everything's ready. Probably try and get some water, maybe get some provisions before we go, something to munch on, making sure our tent's all good, all that prep stuff.
Right. Very well. And do Ingwe follow?
No. The cat the cat has very good stealth and rolled a natural 1. Very clearly following John.
Climb onto his back, thinking that this will be safe.
Yeah.
No. Like these ones. Like
Every time you look at the cat behind you, it just goes in a different direction, looking at the sky. Don't be suspicious.
Cats, I don't trust any of them. They're all suspicious little fucking.
Yeah. Very well. And what did you want to do, Sean?
I was gonna go find Celeste.
Right. You can clearly see that she's still at the docks at this point, I believe. She's just watching whatever is unfolding around her with all these millions of soldiers suddenly.
I'll just sort of slowly make my way over, give a bit of a wave until I'm in vocal range, and then I brought a new friend. Sort of point behind me towards the cat.
Just like reach out her fingers, like.
Yeah.
Or like
Please.
long nails, like underneath its chin. Just.
Do you like
That's
cats?
what my cat's like. Yes, I love cats.
Perfect. This one can keep you company. I ain't a fan. But look, that's not why I really came. I'm here. That's just pure coincidence.
She'd like pull the
I
cat
came
onto
over.
her lap, and then kind of like bundle it up, and then like on each of its ears, like with their nails, just like scratching as we're talking.
The cat gets a short rest.
So I came about because with this lot that seems to have arrived recently, Tam and I were having a bit of a chat, and I was talking about my concern with time. If we do want to go ahead with this here mission, Ingwe seems to be sort of hiding in the bush down there. So we figured we all could meet back at the cart in a bit.
Why is Ingwe hiding in a bush?
I don't know. It's Ingwe. Maybe he's trying to learn how to be a bird.
Guess that would make sense.
Best I got. But we figured we could go to the cart and figure things out. I mean, these guys are already starting to take over the heavy lifting and whatnot, so we would probably prepare ourselves, get ready to leave, if you're comfortable with that.
Yes, I mean, like I said, I want to get on the road. I want to put this place far behind me and get on the road back to the capital and do what we were contracted to do.
Well, right. You want me to say anything to Tam? Give him some sort of...
No, it's fine, Jean.
All right.
I'm perfectly capable of holding a conversation on my own.
trust me, you're much better with your words than I am. I know.
I just didn't want to go back to that house. I just felt, with his parents there, and I didn't want them to hear me chewing him out or something, save his own dignity. So it's fine.
Understood. I can respect that. All right. Well, I'm gonna start heading. You come over whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'll follow you now. That's
Oh,
right. I've lost the element of privacy here, so.
You're not bringing the cat, are you?
Yeah, sure, I'll bring the cat. Why not? Kind of holds it up in front of me and do that, because I've got cats, and I'll pick them up, and sometimes I press my forehead against their forehead, because that's like the term, like the cat's version of like little kisses. So I'll just be like, foreheads.
Yeah.
Are you allergic to cats, Sean?
No, just I don't know. They seem like the sneaky kind.
Should turn it around and I hold it up to him. But look at his little face. It's so cute. Like dangling the cat.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna start heading.
I'm going to call you Muppet.
Well done. Right. Very well. So I'm guessing that you arrive at the cart with Tam. How long are you going to stay behind, Celeste?
What? I wasn't staying behind.
Oh, you're coming with them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were still going to stay. Yep. Well, you arrive at the destination.
There forever, indefinitely on the docks.
You never know. You never know.
She lives
It was very traumatic last night, so. Right, but you arrive at the cart, all of you, including a cat, I guess.
Muppet.
And Tam is also at the cart, preparing.
All right. We're here. You managed to find Ingwe?
No. I went to the bush and he wasn't in the bush. And I messaged him and said, Ingwe, meet us at the cart. And now you're here. And I don't know where he is. I know.
Okay. He didn't get himself in trouble with one of these guards, did he?
He's pretty adept at staying out of trouble. Oh, I see you've got the cat. You met the cat. Hello, cat.
Yes, this is Muppet.
Oh, hello, Muppet. That's a fine name for a cat. Look here, Muppet. I've found some, and I'm gonna pull out some of the provisions and hopefully like some beef jerky or something like that. Here you go, cat.
Cats love beef jerky.
Yeah. So okay, guys. Do we have a horse?
You have a horse in the cart.
Yeah, we have the horse. Okay,
got the French
I
horse.
just wasn't sure whether we still had the horse.
That's right.
I am.
Oh yeah, that's
Reynolds.
Reinhold. With a
Okay. So, okay, guys. Well, look. I think we're done here. I'd like to head off if that's okay with everybody. Perhaps Ingwe did say he would meet up with us. Does one of Celeste? Do you think you could message him or somebody? I tried already and he didn't listen to me. So, one of you want to try?
Sure. You just use the rock.
Yeah. I just used the rock.
Ingwe, your presence is required at the cart. You didn't get yourself in shit with those guards, did you? Ingwe? He ain't. I ain't getting nothing.
You get nothing. Celeste, can you try, please?
What's the point? If he hasn't replied to two of you, what makes you think he's going to reply to me?
Well, he likes you, Celeste.
Should I put the cat under one arm? Pull out a stone arm. Ingwe, if you're here, please come to the cart. We're leaving without you. No reply.
Okay, well look, he can obviously find us. It's not like we're going to be moving fast. And if he's an animal right now, he can't answer us anyway. So what do you want to do? Do you want to just head off?
Yes, let's just go.
Okay.
Is it an obvious road we got to take?
Yes, of course.
It's the main road, I think, down, following the water.
Yes.
All right. I reckon we take it slow, start, and give him a chance to catch up if we finally get a hold of him, I guess.
You're not actually following the water, though. You are going inland.
Are we going past Tam's parents' house?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I just wanted to let I just want to stop by my house on the way. Hopefully, can pick up some supplies from Mother. Restock my my herb kit, and just say goodbye if you guys don't mind. I can head off ahead of us, and so we don't lose any time. Yes, I'd just like to say goodbye if that's okay. The road goes straight past my parents' house, so yeah.
Sure, we got time to stop for a short goodbye. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's go. And Tam's gonna drive and head off.
As they're leaving, so they're going to lean down out of the cart and put the cat down on the ground.
The cat gets back on the cart.
But like as we're going, she'll be like, okay, there you go, cat.
Yeah, and the cat's like, meow. Oh yeah, I pre-rolled, which is bad etiquette for 2 rolls. My plan is to stay as the cat and listen to their conversation as we're going. And then I also rolled a nat 20 for stealth because at the end of 2 hours, the cat's going to get off the cart and then rest for an hour and then try and run past the cart and then get back on the cart and then kind of as we travel.
All right.
Am I supposed to not notice that?
I rolled a nat 20. -1.
Yeah. It just seems like the cat's doing its own thing, coming back to the cart from every now and then, I guess.
Does that seem suspicious? That is suspicious cat behavior. I feel like
All cats are suspicious. This is what I was talking about.
Sean's like,
I don't trust any of them.
Well, the way I would probably interpret it is
the very next day.
the way I would probably interpret it would be like if you pet a cat and it follows you, sometimes it will follow you wherever you go, even though it does its own thing. Sometimes it comes back as well. So I'd say that
Seems like you've made a friend, Celeste.
it's not
so
that.
the other thing that will happen,
Well,
the other thing,
okay.
unless you're planning on, are we on this journey? Are we gonna get a ambush? Are we gonna get to where we're going?
10 fireballs and 7 black dragons appear out of nowhere to force Ingwe out of his animal
You can't ask
form.
that question.
I have a few messages, but they're like an hour apart. So like from a roleplay perspective, I can reply every hour when I turn back into an Ingwe.
Okay. Well, I guess you can do that, yeah.
So, like 20 minutes after being like you've left, Ingwe would say, "Yep, important mission is going very well. Remember to keep that acorn that I left on the cart, and I will catch up with you soon."
Ingwe,
Yeah.
what is it that you're actually doing? Because we're leaving, and if you have any intention of joining us, I suggest you do it now. Because if you can't tell us what you're doing, then we have a whole other Tam situation. I should like look over towards Tam.
Exactly, just like Mr. Tam, I have my own private business, and I will catch you up shortly.
He said the same thing when I contacted him when I could see him behind the bush, but he was just standing behind the bush. So I I don't know what his
He's
mission
def-
is, but
he's definitely up to something.
yeah, he said about. I didn't think of mention it before about that acorn thing because I figured. I mean, he's right there. What's he gonna lose us at? But
Where's what acorn is he talking about?
there's an acorn on here apparently.
Can you see an acorn? Can you see it
Ca-
anywhere?
Can we see
Yeah,
an
I'm
acorn?
tempted to chuck it out of the back of the cart.
Is there an acorn?
Oh,
I guess
you
there's
know
an
what?
echo.
Oh, if it wasn't for the fact that we are in a rush, imagine if we tied it to the cat and let the cat go. Oh, what a prank!
Ah!
Ah,
Oh boy.
Oh, Sean, yes.
Well, we don't have the cat anymore because if he's transformed back into himself, that means he's off the cart, so the cat's gone.
The cat's
And
not
we're
here.
still traveling,
Yeah.
so
Okay, well, I guess
cat just hopped off.
we have to trust. We have to trust. Oh, the cat's back.
How is this cat back? He's just going to lean over the side and like drop it off the end of the cart as we're moving. Goodbye, cat.
Cat, go home. Go home, cat. Okay. Well, let's just head. My parents' house is just around the corner. I'm just going to pull in if that's okay. I just want to say goodbye. Celeste, I'll leave it with you. We can leave the cart here if you like. And he's just going to pull up the horses and jump off and head in to say goodbye.
Right. Well, your mum's still there. Your dad is not yet there. He's resting in Kingshelm. So
Okay, so I will approach and approach the house, call out before I get there. Mum, you're here.
yes, Tam, I'm here in the kitchen.
Okay, Mum. I don't know if you saw them, but Dad managed to obviously find the guard. The golden.
Yes.
A couple of members of the Golden Gauntlet have arrived, and they've brought with them perhaps three dozen cavalrymen. I think they're in the process of trying to clean up the village. The captain of the guard said that she was perhaps going to set up some kind of garrison
Oh.
on the wharf.
Well, it's not a bad idea. It is a pretty good spot for something like that. It's not too far away from the capital, I guess. But I'm glad that your dad made it safe to his journey.
They said that he was resting. It's a long hard ride from here to Kingshelm.
Yes.
Mum, I'm worried for you and Dad here by yourselves.
We'll be perfectly
do
safe
you
now
think-
with all these guards, though.
Yes, I guess you're right. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you're right. Just, I've never seen anything like that happen.
We're much
I'm
older than you are, Tam. We can take care of ourselves.
No. Anyway, okay, all right. You're right. Of course you can. I know. Yes. Okay. All right. Look. My friends and I were heading off. We're heading to the capital. We
Are you
have
going to
something
see
of
Matt
a
on the way?
mission to. I don't know.
It's
I'm
on
talking
the
to my
way there.
friends.
It'll take you a bit
Yes.
to get to Kingshelm, so I'm not sure if you wanted to stop by Matt's place and see his new house they're building. But that's up to you, of course. I just
Look,
thought that it might be a good way to apologize for your behavior the other night.
That's
Seems
what I was
like
going to
there's
say.
a lot of that going around lately, Tam.
I probably shouldn't have laughed at him and his two wives. You're right. I was just surprised. Anyway, yes, look, I'll talk to my friends, and maybe if we need to rest, we can go and visit Matt and his two wives. Yes, okay.
Don't do that
look,
face,
can
Tam. Just accept it. He's happy.
Yes. It's Matt, Mum. Come on. He's got two wives. Anyway, it's fine. I will say hi. I'll stop in and I will say hi. I'll tell him that you said hi, and I'll tell him all of the news about what's happened. Yes, I will be very good, and I won't laugh again. I promise.
Just keep
Well-
digging. Just keep digging.
Let me ask you this question, Tam. Who do you trust mostly? A man with 700 girlfriends or a man with 2 wives and no previous girlfriends?
I trust Matt. I trust him. I do. I trust him.
Right.
Just look.
Just
Yes. Look.
open your heart.
Yes. You're right, Mum. You're right. I will be better. Okay. So, can I refill my kit from what you've got?
You already
I need
have.
more. Yep. Okay.
You did that already.
Okay. Look, Mum. Say hi to Dad. If we don't see him on the way, tell him I love him, and tell him to take care of the farm. And I hope everything goes okay with the garrison and the new guards.
Right.
And apparently, Bert is going to rename the inn the Cannonball.
Oh, that's weird and quirky,
It
but
is.
might work.
It's-
Maybe we'll
it's
draw in
like-
some people.
It's slightly grim.
Well, I
But
mean,
hey,
any story worth telling has some grim elements, I guess.
I guess so. All right, Mum. Well, look, it's been lovely to see you. I love you very much, and I will see you soon.
Right. I love you too, Tam. And she gives you a big hug and kisses you on the forehead. Be safe.
All right, so Tam is just gonna run back out to the cart, jump back on.
As Tam goes out to the cart, Ingwe will send a message to the stones. Be like, Tam, my private mission is going very well. Make sure you let your mum know that that Gerald the goat, the sire goat, he has a sore hoof on the left front hoof. Irrelevant. Make sure you let her know because his hoof's sore.
Hey, Ingwe, where are you? What the hell are you doing?
I am very far away on an important mission.
Okay. Ingwe, okay. You know what? Okay, I'll tell Mum about the goat. And he's got a sore foot.
Front hoof.
Left front. Okay.
Shit.
Ingwe, don't get lost. Don't get into trouble, please.
She knows the herbs that can fix it, but she doesn't know that it's sore because he's tough.
Okay, I'm not even gonna. Yep. Okay, Ingwe. Yes. Try not to get into trouble, please. Come back to the cart. Crazy bastard.
I'll
Okay.
be back. I'll be back later.
Okay, of course. So I'll go back in. I'll tell Mum about the goat and the goat with the foot.
She looks very strange. Yeah.
Who's tough, and you know what, Mum? It's Ingwe. He talks to animals, and I think sometimes he is animals. I'm not sure exactly.
I'm sure I saw him have a conversation with one of the ferns as well. I thought he was just a little bit of a kick in the head, but
I think maybe he is, but he's a nice guy, and he's very smart. He's just
right.
odd.
Okay, well, sometimes just gotta roll with the punches, and I don't know. I don't really know where I was going with this conversation, but thank you for telling me, I guess.
Okay, Mum. All right. Well, I'll see you soon. Okay, take care.
I will. You too.
So I'll jump back on the cart, and I guess we'll head off. Have you guys seen Ingwe yet?
No.
Nope.
He messaged me. He said his mission was going well. He told me something about one of our goats. And he said, I tried to message him back. He didn't reply, obviously. I guess we head off.
Fine. If
All
he
right.
didn't want to join us, and that's his own prerogative. So.
I guess it is.
So the road from here will lead you into the forest of Helgastred. There is a road there that goes pretty much straight to the capital. It is a small road. But on the way there is one stop, which is Valencourt, where your brother lives. If you want to, you can stop in that region. If not, you can continue on towards Helm's Court. It will take you the remainder of the day and probably most of the night to arrive at King's Court in one stretch. Or you can rest overnight with Matt.
I guess I'll leave that up to my friends to decide. I'll pass on the message.
I think
So-
that we should just keep traveling.
Just to clarify, so if we pushed on, we could potentially even get to Kingshelm the following morning?
It will be around midday next day.
Okay.
Okay. Well, look. What do you think, John?
I mean, I'm a little worried about our time. We were told it would be a 2-day journey, but if you think we can sort of risk half a day,
Look,
the only
I don't want to stay that long. I do want to go and apologize to my brother for laughing at him. Mum said I was rude, and um, yes. So I just want to go and say hello, and so that Mum knows that. I mean, because Matt's going to tell her if I don't come, and I want him to tell her that I was here and that I said sorry, and um,
sure.
just can I
I
just stop for a cup of coffee or something?
I got a sibling. I get it. I get it. um,
Celeste, please, can we just stop, just briefly?
Yes, fine. Go and do the Tam apology tour.
Okay. Okay, well,
Is there gonna be T-shirts?
I hope not. It's not something I like to do often. Okay, so how far away are we from the place?
If you're from Valancourt, you're a few hours away from there. You can get there within 4 hours, I'd say, from where you are. Most of it's through the forest, which is a nice change of scenery.
Okay. All right. Well, at that, I guess if we can stop, we'll stop briefly.
Right. So you arrive closer to the city of Valancourt, and you see most of this is new settlements. It's mostly new houses being built and such like that. But it's all like in construction. But it's time for a break. So let's have a short break, and then once we come back, we can continue from here.
sweet.
Right.
Sounds good. Break time. Pee break.
Break time.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice. The company are experts in specialty dice made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first Earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the Earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second Earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than the another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their god after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years, the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okoralan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the rages all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Whatever fragile piece was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Cawthon grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Cawthon for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for Kingshelm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, a company of experts in specialty dice made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such the second era came to be, with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their god after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Whatever fragile piece was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for Kingshelm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Right, I think we are pretty much back. So far, we have Tam not here at the moment, but I will chuck in a temporary solution to that. So just give me 2 seconds while I make up stuff.
Spoilers. We
Meow,
got
meow, meow.
adopted by aliens. Welcome back to the stream. We are professionals only in this
Only.
space. Only professionals.
Only pros.
Sometimes. There we go. That should work for now.
He's massive. Oh, you're resizing him completely the full screen. Just in case you
Welcome
forgot.
to the Tam Show.
Yeah.
Right. I think that I muted him in case. Yep. Okay, cool. All good. Anyway, so you arrive at Valencourt, and the first thing you notice is that most of this city hasn't really been built yet. It's mostly new constructions, almost like if you picture like the Wild West, where a whole city is being erected at the same time. It looks like everyone is helping each other to try to build each other's houses and stables, and it looks like they're very how should I say, it's a community process to build this. However, you also notice that everyone is wearing the same hats, the masks that you saw that Matt arrived with. So everyone in this city that are currently working looks like they are currently wearing these masks, and they're helping each other. And you do notice that there's a few houses that doesn't seem to help, that just seems to be watching, and they're not wearing these hats or helmets or what you want to call it. They're just watching it, and they look a little discerned.
Okay. And what sort of environment is it? Because you said we passed through a forest, right? If we come out on the other side to a more open sort of landscape? Or...
Yes, so you came through the forest, and on the other side of the forest, it's open again. Yeah. And there's this village built around the exit of the forest, pretty much.
Okay.
And there's a few things. There's a general store and such. There's some bakers, and it looks like a functioning city. It has most of the normal things like smithies and bakers, and there's no inn there, but there's a lot of other ordinary things like there's stable masters and stuff like that too. So most normal
Okay.
jobs you're fine, but there's no inn.
So before we arrive, Ingwe the cat's gonna disappear again, and he's going to try and head to the village ahead of the party. Turn back into Ingwe the furbolg. And then noticing all the weird, like, is it very human, the settlement?
Yes, it looks like most of them are human from what you can see, are humanoid. Everyone's like wearing these hexagonal shaped masks. So it's a little hard to see if they are human. They could be elves, but from as far as you can gather, most of them looks like human. There's a few shorter individuals in there, maybe halflings and such.
I'm gonna furbolg disguise self into Jam. No, who was I again? Whichever. Jam. Yeah, Jam.
No, John was Jam.
Oh, Don was Jam. Sam. I'm Sam.
Sam.
With the C.
So
Yeah, Sam with the C. And go into town. And I want to go. I think I want to go to the horse place.
there's a stable master there. Again, he is also wearing this helmet, and he's welcome you. Welcome, traveler. How may I help you?
Well, first off, can I get one of the hats?
No, sorry, that's only part of our religion. You have to be a member before you are allowed to wear these.
Oh, can I be a member?
Anyone can be a member, but you have to find the path yourself.
Who do I talk to become? I'd like to join. Who do I
You
talk
don't.
to?
No, it doesn't work in a consensual way. It doesn't. We have no one to talk to. You have to figure it out yourself.
Oh,
And
sounds mysterious.
once you know, you know. We all worship the Nameless One, and this is the first city that we are building in her or his name. And we're doing it together to create a collective of like-minded people.
Well, well, this is a shock, right? I'm hoping. Can I buy? I'm kind of looking for, and then I'm looking in the horse place. Is there like stirrups and stuff?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different things in there. There's both like saddles and all that kind of stuff too. Like if you want to feed for horses.
I don't want a saddle. I just want, and I'm gonna try and pick out like I want leather straps. That's the stirrups, but not the saddle.
Yeah, that's no problem. You can do it.
And I'm looking for like 3 hoops, and I'll describe exactly what I want and the exact sizes, and ask the man for the stirrups, but not the saddle.
Right. Well, there's no problem. You can definitely get that. He brings you some. They also make saddles there, so they have all the parts they need to do something like that too.
Does it take long, or can I?
To make a saddle.
No, not a saddle. Just the leather bits. I want it all joined. To loop, and then those bits that people put their feet in.
Oh yeah, that's not a problem. I can probably connect that right now. And you see him take out a few tools, and he starts hammering in some little metal bolts that holds it together. Here you go. No problem.
And can I change the size of the foot things?
Yes, you can indeed.
Oh wow. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Oh, thank you so much. How much is that?
Oh, 2 silver. I'm sure that will cover it.
I don't have any silver. I only have a lot of gold.
Oh, I can give you change.
Excellent.
And takes it and gives you back the change.
The next thing I'm going to do is go to the general store.
Right.
And in the general store, I'm going to look for anything that looks very valuable.
Okay, make a perception check. Oh, investigation check, I guess. You're trying to find something actively.
22.
So it's mostly general goods. It's not really a place for very expensive things. There is in a corner, tucked away, a bottle of wine that looks like it's very dusty, but it looks like it's been there a while. It looks like it's quite expensive, actually.
And
Other than that,
no money.
what's that?
Or no money or nothing that looks expensive.
Not really. It's like I don't know, like tools and such. You can get candy, you can get sugar, you can get flour and that kind of stuff. And there's not a lot of expensive things there. There's also a vase that looks like it could be maybe a little valuable, but this is a low end type of situation. It's not really very expensive. The wine itself is, if you picture someone buying champagne for the first time, that would probably be a similar thing.
Now, Ingwe is very much hoping to avoid Jean, but
Okay.
Jacob is not.
Okay. Well, what does Sean and Celeste want to do? Tam is currently sleeping in the cart.
I imagine, yeah, if we're rolling up and and Tam's napping, Jean would sort of pull the cart up somewhere before turning back and being like,
Yep, there's places where you can like park horses everywhere almost.
Sweet. Sort of pop my head back in and look around for that cat, and then turn to Celeste. We finally lose that damn thing.
Yes, I think so. I think I finally got sick of us.
Maybe today will be a good day.
I can only hope.
It's a catastrophe.
Well, I mean, probably best to let him rest. I mean, we want it to be quick. I was thinking of running in. I don't know if you need anything. I'm just gonna go run over to like the general store. I want to see if I can pick something up real quick. Welcome to join me, but I shouldn't be long. Up to you.
I think could you pick me up some coffee beans?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. And she'll hand over like 2 gold pieces and just be like, here. I don't know how much coffee beans cost here, but it might be a precious commodity, so take that just in case.
All right, no problem.
All right.
Keeps it away. Pops off.
Is John taking his bag with him, like all his gear?
Nope, he wouldn't. He'd probably just take his hand axe at his waist, which he only has one now, and a few goodies like his coins, and yeah, that's about it.
All right.
Okay. Well, just as he's wandering off, she'll just reach into a bag and just take like 5 gold pieces and kind of tuck them in like socks and, put in a pocket of like one of his pants that he's got. She'll just like tuck one in his pocket and just kind of I'd squirrel them throughout his belongings before sitting back.
Very well.
Backpack. I've now added something to my inventory now where I can actually up, and it's specifically called Celeste Gold Pieces.
Celeste gold pieces.
There we go. Cool. All right, shouldn't be long. And I head off towards the general store.
All right. So this is what I picture happens. The door opens and you, Ingwe, realize it's Sean. And I'm assuming that you didn't want to get caught. So I need you to make a stealth check in the general store.
Remember, I'm Sam, not.
Okay, so you're not trying to hide as Sam. Because he has seen Sam before.
Yeah, no. Yeah, well, heaps.
Okay, so you're not trying to hide.
Not trying to hide as Sam, because I'm assuming he does not going to recognize Sam.
Okay.
Because I'm not.
Very well. So, as you enter, Sean, you do notice that there's another individual in this area. And as far as I know, you have seen Sam before.
I think I caught the very end. I think it was very brief, yeah.
Yes. So you have seen Sam before. I don't know if you know that it was Ingwe or not. I can't remember that conversation.
Definitely, because we named him Jam.
We were,
yeah.
Sean
and
was
I was
like,
threatening. Yeah.
no.
True. So you obviously know what's going on here.
I'm happy to roll like an intelligence check to see if I remember maybe. Because I don't reckon Jean's the type of person who would retain a lot of like people. I think he's very much just like I want to know as few people as possible and keep it at that.
It's up to you.
Up to you.
If you feel like you
Okay.
might have forgotten, then roll an intelligence check.
Cool. That's a 4. Plus his intelligence, 3.
Very well. So you don't remember this individual because you don't expect to see this person, so you're not specifically looking for it.
I was gonna say I picture it would almost be like they're kind of familiar.
Yeah. You're like, oh, that's the guy that Ingwe looked like for a second. Oh, you used this person as a reference. That's cool.
Yeah. Very similar. You got a few things wrong though, but
But you also enter the convenience store or the general store goods. You see all the general goods, and the person behind the counter is also wearing one of these masks or these helmets, whatever you want to call them.
how many people in the store are there with those? Is it just the one, the person behind the
It's just
counter?
one person behind the counter, and then this other individual without one.
Okay. Greetings and salutations to you, friend.
Hello, sir. Here, a woman behind the mask.
Just looking to get a few things.
Right.
Y'all have any sort of provisions and food goods?
Yes, we definitely do. What are you after?
How many coffee beans, 2 gold get me here?
Oh, that would give you a few jars.
All right, let's keep it 2 jars. How many
Right.
for 2?
So for 2 jars of coffee beans, I would say 5 silver is adequate.
All right. I'm gonna pay for that separately first, if that's all right. I'm gonna place a gold on the
course.
table.
No problem. And she gives you change.
All right. Put that into a separate pocket. Now, y'all wouldn't happen to have anything that would make for a nice gift, would you? I originally had some like donuts planned, but things went awry and they got used.
Oh well, they tend to.
Yeah, it's only got to last about 24 hours, 48 at most, before it gets to its destination. So I don't know if you got any flowers that could do a nice amount of time outside, any water or.
Well, I don't sell any flowers, but you're welcome to help yourself to some of my flowers outside. I would be happy if they could make someone happy. I do have a very expensive bottle of wine in the corner here, but other than that, I don't have a lot of really fancy gifts, unfortunately. Most of what we gift each other here are handmade or in any way something we make ourselves.
I can respect that in a community.
Of course.
That wine, red or white?
Red wine.
Red. All right. How much for the wine?
It's 100 gold.
I'm gonna reach into my coin pocket, pull out 2 gold, put it on the counter, and go. Take this for the flowers. I'm gonna grab some on the way out.
You don't have to pay me for the flowers. It's a kind gesture. I will let you.
I insist. It is absolutely fine. You very clearly planted those to make this place look nice, and I don't want to use these to buy more seeds or whatever you need to do.
All right. I will put this towards the church. Thank you. She puts the gold in a little jar.
All right. And you got any like apples or
Yes, we have
carrots?
apples. We have caramel apples as well. Caramelized apples. If you would want some of that, we have candy. We have flour. We have a lot of different things.
Yeah. Can I grab like I don't know. I'll take about 10 of those apples if that's right.
The ordinary apples, or the caramelized ones?
Yeah. No, just keeping it
problem.
simple. We don't need no. No, appreciate it though.
Oh, good. If you give me 2 silver for that, I will give you the apples.
All right, easy enough done. Reaches in, puts 2 silver down.
She takes that.
All
and
right.
puts it in her pocket too.
And you wouldn't have anything I could put those flowers in, like I don't know if you've got some old parchment I could wrap it in at the base.
Oh, I have this old glass container. You can have that with you for the 2 silver. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Okay, that's fair enough.
It's like a cylinder type of glass thing. It's not very
Like
fancy, but it's okay.
Yeah. All right. All right. I appreciate it.
Of course.
That guy looks kind of familiar. You don't know who that is by chance?
Oh, no, I don't. He seems to be a traveler as well, or some sort. He's just came in as well.
Okay. I think a friend of mine tried. You know what? Don't worry. Not worth explaining.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
Well, I hope you have a fantastic day. I'm gonna go get myself some of those flowers, and I much appreciate all your aid.
All right, and the nameless one shine upon you.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna turn around and go collect some flowers and try and make a nice little something or other.
It's very beautiful flowers outside as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll grab enough to make like a decent little arrangement.
Yes.
And yeah, I'll start heading back. Sort of bag of apples over the shoulder, or however the hell they've given it to me. Carry that all back.
No problem.
Excuse me.
Yes.
There seems to be some fire in your back room.
There's fire in my back room. And she runs into the back room.
Bonfire.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I'm going to steal that bottle of wine.
Oh my god!
Can you roll a d12 for me to determine how bad this fire is getting from a scale of 1 to 12?
8.
Okay. So your mission is accomplished. It seems like she is distracted. You grab the bottle of wine and you leave. And you hear this scream on the street, and you look behind you, and looks like there's fire in the roof now. And seems like it's caught fire to something very flammable in the back room, considering this is a general store. You hear some lamp oil, some lamps breaking, some lamp oil spilling, That's bad. So as you walk out, you see a whole bunch of the citizens in this new village drop what they're doing and just run to this convenience store and start putting it out. And you two also see that suddenly the convenience store is engulfed in flames.
Yeah.
Jean, weren't you just in there? Bless you, Jean.
Thank you. No, it's yeah. Yeah, I was just there. That wasn't me. I have no idea what that was though.
Should we go and are there people inside?
Jean, yeah, there was at least 2. And he's gonna throw his stuff onto the back of the cart and turn and be like, I think we gotta go help whatever's going on.
Celeste will jump out and follow suit.
So are you trying to hide from Celeste as well, Ingwe? Or are you staying in your...
Nah, I'm... no, I will steal and
Yep.
walk out. Nah, definitely, yeah, I'm trying to hide from...
So do you want to do a stealth check? Not to get seen?
Yeah. Once I'm stolen the bottle of wine.
Make a stealth check, and Celeste make a perception check.
Perception. I can do
18.
that. Oh god.
So, no, sorry, 16 minus 1.
Perception. Okay. I'm going to roll one of my other new dice, one of my little beautiful crown ones. Natural 20 plus
Jesus.
3. No, perception. Yes, plus 3. So 23.
So you do see this individual, Sam, walking off, hiding something under his coat, going in the other direction as the inn starts burning.
I'm going to kind of reach forward and grab Jean's shirt and pull him back.
Oh, what's going on?
She's going to lift up her hand and reach and point towards him and go, that's Ingwe.
Oh, what? No, that's...
Oh! Hey, Celeste. Hey, John.
What were you doing in here?
What's going on with you?
You just
I've
walked
just
out of
arrived.
here.
Yeah, I
All
just
the
want-
windows,
Check out this
all the
cool thing.
windows burst, and the roof collapses. I just roll another d12. At this point, they stop trying to put it out, and they just walk back and let it happen.
Oh my god.
Wait, is that really
Let's-
you, Ingway?
Yeah. Sorry.
You were in-
sorry.
You were in the store there.
Yeah, crazy, hey?
What?
There's like
You
a
didn't.
fire and everything. I ran out because of the fire.
You
You
weren't.
didn't happen to say hello to me for.
You
I
weren't
was
running.
busy
You were
with
walking.
this.
What are you
I-
hiding
I've
under your
got
shirt?
I've got a new thing. And then I'll walk up to John with like a big leather strap and put my hand on his crotch and like to measure his leg size.
Whoa! Hey, hold on. Hey, hang on now. What are we measuring here?
I just want to know how long your leg is.
Yep. Okay. This isn't the time. There's a collapsed building, bursting the flames there, and
Ingrid, this is
you
not the
just
time
shut up out of
for-
nowhere.
Yes.
You,
And Celeste, I guess, if there's like a well or something, she'll go and help, like, I don't know, like, not necessarily try and put out the fire, but try and douse surrounding areas, kind of like on the ground and like wet it so that it's...
They already started to do that. They've given up trying to put out the fire because there's simply too many things in there that's flammable. So they're just trying to contain the fire to the actual region. And you can see the owner just sits on one of the doorsteps of the nearby houses. She takes off her mask and she's just crying.
What happened?
well, we were just in there and then a fire started. I mean, should we help them put it out?
I think it's beyond putting out. I mean, I was in there, and there was no fire when I was there.
Well, the fire. I noticed the fire when I was in there. I mean, I was a bit distracted with this leather contraption. I'll put it away. I mean, later on, Celeste, I want to measure your leg too.
I feel like it needs to be a deception check for you.
Anyway, so you're telling me that you have no issue with running off to face pirates, but if there's a fire in a building, you just leave and just walk away?
No, I came. I told the lady there was a fire, and then I came outside, and everyone came to put the fire out. I don't have the. I couldn't do anything. Just put the fire out. It's not my fault. Natural 20.
And inside, if you're challenging his,
Yeah, Jean
Giving
is.
that is a little suspicious.
That's a whopping 8.
Yeah, that's only a... That 11 plus 4 is a 15 for me.
Right, so it seems like he's being pretty truthful that he didn't do this.
Well, can you
And
explain
what
why
are
you
you
were in
doing
there?
here?
Yeah, like
Well, I finished my secret mission, and I wanted to. I'm preparing a surprise for you, and hang on, can I just? And then I'll walk up to Celeste and try and measure her leg.
Don't touch me! And she'll like step away and like try and like push your hands back.
Oh, but I'm making.
No, do not come near me. If you cannot be truthful with me, then I do not want you around. I am sick and tired of the amount of lies and deception that is happening in this group. And if you cannot be honest with us, then I have no interest in talking to you.
I mean, I mean, I was the.
Did you
cat.
not see how angry I was with Tam the other night?
And me too. I was the cat. Everyone else seemed to have cool secrets, and I wanted a cool. I wanted a cool secret, and I and I also
But
wanted
can't
to
you
know
see what
if you really
secrets are
liked
doing
me.
to the group? Then just ask, Ingwe.
I did, but now I know. But you know, I didn't really know because you you seem well. I mean, you were right, Celeste, but I mean, John and Tam, I want to be like them, and they have secrets, and I don't have any. So I just wanted to have one, and I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I mean, I was the
We were
cat,
so
and
worried about you, and we didn't know where you were.
well, I told you that I was alright, and I was on a secret mission, and you didn't seem that worried, because I was there mostly. I mean, yeah, and you were really nice to the cat, and sometimes you're not so nice to animals when I'm around, and you were nice to the animals when I wasn't around. So now I know that I can trust you. I'm I'm sorry.
So you were
I did,
spying on us.
like
Your secret
I
mission was to gain a secret from us.
no you've got all everything's so that I wasn't trying to make you. I just wanted to be like you, John. I just
Trust me, my secrets are nothing that anybody wants. My secrets are terrible, horrible things, and if I could change anything about me, it's that that did not. It would be
but you're
that
so strong.
what I am keeping from you never occurred.
I'm sorry.
It's not secrets that make you strong, Ingwe. If anything, they make you weaker.
Think of a secret like a chink in one's armor.
So
And after
you
seeing
seem
how I reacted to Tam's secret yesterday, why would you think that keeping a secret would, what, make you more impressive? The thing that I like about you, Ingwe, is that you say what's on your mind, your blatant honesty, and your ability to just be truthful and seek the truth in other people. That's what I like about you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miss Celeste. I just I just wanted to be like be like the team. And I had a and I had a plan for the surprise, and I was there, and I didn't. And if you'd got into trouble, I would have helped. But I was still with you. I didn't actually have a thing that I wanted to. I'm really sorry. You didn't. It's really hard. I've only really ever known my family and my tribe, and everything here is so confusing, and I'm supposed to try and figure out and be like you so that I can work out whether not like you, Celeste, because you're from an important place, but like we're supposed to come here and find out what it means to be human, so we can decide if we want to be human or go back to the tribe. It's very strict where I come from, and it's very hard to. I mean, I love my family and I love my tribe, but the rules are very restrictive, and so we're supposed to come out and do what everyone else does here, what the humans do, to decide that we want to be there. And these human men are. They're so confusing. I can't understand what they. I'm just trying to copy them. I'm sorry that I upset you. I didn't mean to.
You gotta just be yourself, Ingwe. Don't try to copy others. You take the lessons that you learn in life and you use those to form yourself, your own being. Don't don't try to copy other people. Observe them and learn from them.
I don't think you get it, Mr. John. I appreciate the wisdom of what you say. My mission while I'm here with you isn't to be myself. And so I have to explore being other people. Like I appreciate that when I go home I'll be myself. But I have to find out why being you is I don't want to say it because I'm not I think you're not I don't think you're a good person. No, that's not what I mean. I don't mean that I don't mean you're bad, but in my tribe, you wouldn't be valued. But I want to be like you because I don't understand why you're not. And so it's not that I'm being dishonest. It's not that I'm lying when I pretend to be something that I'm not. It's that I'm truly trying to gain insight and compassion into who you are. So I want to be like you for a little while, if that's okay. So that I can understand why I need to be me.
So, Ingwe, you are the one with the highest passive perception. You start smelling something. It smells like baked goods. After being engulfed in this conversation, you realize now that the fire has spread to 4 other buildings and the bakery is burning down. 2 nearby houses are also very well lit now because the fire has spread through the roof. But they are trying to maintain the situation as best as they can.
I'm going to go over and just kind of like throw my hands up in exasperation towards Ingwe. And I'm going to go over and I guess just start, buckets of water and just like dousing these houses and just trying to help these people.
Right, just roll me a general d20.
A d20. What's that? That is a 12.
Right, so the house that you're currently trying to douse seems to be working a little bit. It seems to be not so bad caught on fire, so it gets a little singed. 2 other houses and the bakery is on fire. The bakery is currently collapsing as well. The 2 other houses are well lit too, but it is not as bad yet.
Sean's also doing all he can. He's gonna, whether it's grabbing like handfuls of soil to try throw over the smaller flames as they're trying to spread, or it's grabbing buckets of water if he can.
So they're forming like a line where they're handing the water buckets to everyone and throwing them. So can both of you roll at just general d20 for me?
Me too. I'm in.
4.
8.
8 for Sean and 4 for Celeste. And how much for Ingrid?
12, I think it was.
12. So Celeste tries to help as well, but right when you're doing it, it kind of bursts outwards. So most of the water that you kind of throw kind of get bursts towards you. You get a little wet, but it doesn't actually hit its destination. And then with the help of Ingwe, he's actually managed to put it out a bit, and the fire comes under control in that house at least. And I'll just roll one for the other guys here. So the other houses also pretty much comes under control now. So it seems like crisis averted. 2 buildings down.
Well,
Like everywhere we go, disaster follows. Is anyone else
yeah.
getting that feeling?
I mean, I was just in there and I didn't see any damn flame. Ingwe said they didn't see any damn flames, so I don't know what the hell
I
was.
saw it was in the back.
Oh, you saw? Oh, okay. Oh,
Someone started a fire in the back.
and then that's when you ducked out. Shit.
But someone started it, you
But-
said.
I don't know. I just saw smoke.
Most of the village starts to get it under control, and the fire eventually goes out. And they all come over and thank you very much for your assistance. All these individuals that you're dealing with all wear these hats or face masks. It's a little odd. There's, like I said, a few of them in this village that doesn't seem to be part of this, and they did not help putting out the fire. They're just looking on.
The randos didn't help.
No, they're just doing their own shit.
I know. It's fine. I'm sorry that this happened to your home. It's a terrible thing.
It's okay. We will rebuild tonight. We will dine outside tonight, all of us, and we will feast. And tomorrow we will start rebuilding.
You didn't happen to see anyone else around the general store afterward? I was in there before, and another friend of mine sort of ducked out as the fire began.
I didn't see myself. No.
We'll keep an eye out because that's concerning.
Well, we had a lot of, I wouldn't call it, we had a lot of accidents lately, so it's always best to be on guard.
This kind of thing has happened before.
Well, there was a fire in one of the other barns not so long ago, and some of our tools go missing from time to time. We lost some of our cattle overnight, one night as well. There seems to be some things happening from time to time. It is unfortunate, but it's part of life. It'll show us the path of enlightenment.
Right. You don't happen to know who those are, right?
And what were you pointing to?
I'm pointing up to the people without the mask that didn't help.
Oh yeah, that is Michael and his wife Joanne, and some other people who live here. They were part of the first settlers. They do not agree about our way of doing things, of course, but we try to find a way to coexist.
But they didn't come down to help at all. Those people's homes and lives potentially at risk, and they just sat up there.
Well, they were just protecting their own, and I guess that is okay. One day, maybe they will be kinder. Maybe they will change their ways and be more full of love and understanding. But for now, I will let them do their own thing, and hopefully they will let us do ours.
Yeah. So you all lost a general store, a bakery, and what are those two buildings?
That's just homes.
Mhm.
It's a bit of
All right.
roof damage, but I'm sure if we put our backs into it, we can fix it by the end of the night.
I hope all goes well.
I'm sure we will work it out. It is unfortunate, but life has a tendency of showing us a new way.
Well, I appreciate the positive outlook. Please excuse me for a moment. And John turns around and stomps up to those people. And as he gets close, he goes, "Hey, Prince.
Yes.
What the fuck?
What do you mean? Like there was a fire and they
Yeah.
had it under control?
Yeah, they had it under control. That's why 4 buildings went down. You just sat up here staring on like a bunch of fucking gophers."
Well, maybe this will teach them to do things a better way.
What's so wrong with what they're doing, huh?
Well, obviously they have a lot of accidents, so must be something going on.
Right, yeah. Because when accidents happen, my ideal thing to do is just stand by and watch as the chaos ensues.
Oh, they don't like us, and we don't like them. There's nothing wrong with that. We don't mean to kill them. That's not obviously what's going on. We just do it our way, and they can do it their way, whatever the hell they're doing with their crazy masks and their weird ass cult.
Yeah. Well, I hope when you're in trouble, no one comes up and helps you from them.
Well, I
Like
wouldn't
now,
trust
and I
any of
headbutt
them to
him.
come help me, that's for sure.
Yeah, fair enough. I go like now, and I headbutt him right in the nose.
All right, make an attack roll. With 1 second, Tam leaves. The house is on fire. People get headbutted.
Would it be just strength? No.
Unarmed.
Oh shit. Time for a bit of a reveal. My fighting style that I chose was unarmed. Does that mean I'm proficient in the headbutt?
Oh,
Unarmed combat?
taste on.
Yo.
Okay. In that case, it's a 22.
Definitely hits. Roll some damage if you need to, depending on how much damage you actually do.
Now I've got two possible damage outputs. One is dependent if I'm armed or unarmed. This would be considered fully unarmed, right? I don't have any weapons in hand or anything.
Unless you want to, but then it becomes a whole different kind of combat.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing. All right.
Right.
That's 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
8 points of bludgeoning damage. Okay.
1d8.
I need you to roll initiative.
That is a 18.
18. All right.
Are we rolling?
No, just those two. They're having a bit of a tussle. I forgot what I named him now. What did I call him?
Michael and Joanne.
Michael.
Fuck.
Jesus, how did I forget that? Well, you go first if you want to continue. He looks like he is up for the challenge.
After the headbutt, I'd pretty much just step away. Like, I'd basically just do the equivalent of flipping him off and turn around and start stomping away. Like, Jean wasn't looking for a fight, but if a fight comes, he's not going to back down. He's just going to, yeah.
Right. So he jumps over his fence because you're still on his side of the fence, and he runs after you, and he yells, "Hey, you!" And he takes a swing at you, and that's definitely a fucking miss. And he just throws a haymaker at you and misses barely, but he's not stopping.
Okay.
Can I react?
You can if you want to. What do you want to do as a reaction?
I would like to summon a beast
Okay.
between John and the rando dude.
Right. So I need you to roll initiative as well.
15.
Right. So you summon. What do you summon?
Oh, it's like wolf.
Okay. So you summon a wolf. So that's your reaction. And next up, it is Sean's turn.
So this wolf just emerges from the ground type thing, like just forms up.
I would assume that it's around the area where Ingwe is right now. So it's not so
No.
close.
So like the range is 90 feet.
Right.
So if John has turned his back and walked away, there's now so dude's taking a swing and missed. There's now a wolf in the space between John back turn. So if he turns around, there's a wolf facing the other dude.
Right.
And the instruction I have is to hold actions to attack anyone that attacks John.
Right. But it's John's turn.
Shit. Okay. I think John. Would John know that a wolf appearing out of nowhere would likely be something magical, something like that, or?
You can make an intelligence check if you want. Or an arcana check if you really want to get tricky.
12?
12? You've seen wolves appear before, and usually it's Ingwe. And in this moment, you might think that it's Ingwe.
Okay.
Because it is between you. It's not literally attacking someone to kill it. So.
Okay. I think it's Ingwe. If I think it's Ingwe's wolf, I'm going to then step around side of it and I'm going to take a left sort of hook at this guy. I'm going to swing for the face.
Go for it.
That's a natural 20.
Definitely hits.
For max damage. That's 18 damage total.
18.
That's an 8 double to 16 plus 2.
He's looking pretty rough. He looks like he just lost his sight for a second there. And
surge.
yeah.
Right hook.
Go for it.
19.
Hits. Just some farmer rando.
7 bludgeoning damage.
He is unconscious on the ground.
Okay.
His wife just starts like, no, what are you doing? Stop!
He's not like I'm going for like non-lethal, just a brawl. Granted, a punch can obviously go askew, but
yeah, but she doesn't know.
Punch can kill.
Yeah,
she's they're just farmers. They don't know much about that. They've seen a lot of people get beaten the shit out of them.
Can I react at this point as he falls to the ground?
Sure.
I'm going to kind of like run up behind them, just go, Jean, what the fuck are you doing? And I'll just like kind of like try and pull him back and like fall down next to this man on the ground and like look back at Jean and go, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I'll look back down at him, and if I can, I'll cast Healing Word.
What?
This man.
You can.
Okay. Fuck's sake. So we'll cast Healing Word, and I'll just kind of like be patting the side of his face, and he gets what's that? 3 plus 2, so 5 HP back to get him back on his feet.
Okay, so some of the internal bleeding and the bleeding from his nose kind of stops, and he's like not really completely conscious yet, but his wife drags him back towards the house, and they go inside, and
calming himself down.
You see a lot of these individuals with the masks on, just kind of looking at you, but you can't see their facial expression, so you don't know what they're really doing right now, if they're laughing, smiling, or shaking your head, but they stand there for a second, and then they go back to work.
Care to tell me what the fuck that was?
Teaching them a lesson. Next time their fucking city's on fire, maybe they goddamn help.
You almost beat someone to death because they didn't want to risk putting themselves in danger, putting out a fire that had nothing to do with them, Jean.
From what I understand, these ones didn't get along with those ones, and they've been having some accidents.
So you just think that because there could... I mean, when we roll up into the city, things seem to happen around us. Do you think that people, when we roll into a city, should just start beating us to death?
No.
So what gives you the right to lay your hands on these people?
Miss Celeste, perhaps we should get out of... We should get out of here.
Yeah.
Stop traveling with a bunch of fucking children.
Yeah. Sean sort of hangs his head a little bit in shame as he's walking back to the cart.
You could have killed him, Jean.
I know what I was doing. I want to put him in his place. I mean, if you fucking see something like that, you do something.
But that is not grounds to beat someone to the ground.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind
right.
of justice system you're familiar with, Sean, but innocent until proven guilty is usually, how things go.
You're right.
I know.
Mm.
Get back in the car, both of you.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
You can't make this shit up.
You want me to just make my way to the front, hop on. grabs
Look at Ingwe.
things.
Ingwe's like leading us away. Like, let's get out of here. Come on, Gerald. Gerald, let's go.
Jean's gonna lean in the back. I'm gonna assume Tam slept through that thing there as we suddenly kicked off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would he have
So
gone to
it's-
go see his brother and like had that conversation? I guess
Yes.
if we're leaving, I don't want him to lose that opportunity to.
Yeah.
It's okay. You'll have
we'll...
more opportunities if you need to. That's fine. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay.
There is also a wolf very protective of you, Jean, for the next hour. So
Good.
that was the instruction. Protection.
Yeah. Yeah.
Including from
I
me.
imagine it's like sitting in the back, popping its head through the thing. Just lean over and start scratching it on the chin type thing, being like, "Thank you, Ingwe." All right. Shit. And John's gonna start riding them north. And John's very much going to be sitting there mouthing out a conversation. He's basically like arguing to himself for most of the rest of the ride, just being like, "But they didn't do anything. No, Celeste, right? Probably should have." That sort of thing over.
No problem. So I'm guessing that you continue on towards Kingshelm.
Yeah.
Right. So for the remainder of the evening, most of you are remaining fairly silent, but at some point you'd have to drive through the night. So who will take the first watch and who will be I guess who will be driving, because that's kind of where it kind of makes up who is doing the watch, I guess, because other
I'm
people.
happy to take 3 watches, so I can either give someone advantage or take some solo. It's up to you guys.
Jean will probably say, because he's at the front already, he's happy to continue on.
Yeah, so Ingwe will go to sleep first.
Right. So who will take the first watch?
I'll take
Yes.
first watch as I ride the reins, I guess.
Right. So I need you to make a perception check.
So can he roll with advantage because I'm staying up and I'd be
Sure.
looking out,
Sure.
Sure.
not speaking to him very pointedly, not making conversation with anyone at this point.
Even with advantage, it's not great. It's 14.
Right. So for the better part of this first leg, you don't see anything out of the ordinary. It's pretty much straight line towards the city. You can kind of see it in the distance very far off, but you're not like speeding. You're just kind of going at a normal pace.
Yeah.
There's still a bit of a silence because most of the birds have left, which is still kind of weird. But it seems a little bit humid tonight. There's not a lot going on. And the first leg of the journey passes without any issues.
Okay.
So for the second, it was only you, Celeste.
I believe so, but someone would have to be driving the cart because Celeste would not drive the cart.
Okay. So that makes it more complicated. We could say that Tam drives the car.
Yes, let's
We
wait
can do
till
it.
I'm up.
Yeah.
Tam's driving the cart and he's still sleepy. He's just doing that. But I need you to make another perception check as well.
Perception, which is what is that? +3. That's a 2 + 3 is a 5.
So you see the same thing I just described before. It's a bit eerie without the sounds of the insects and the birds and all those normal things. It's a little windy, but it's also odd because you can still see this eye in the sky that's still looking down upon everyone.
She
But
just looks
nothing-
at the bird as they're going.
But nothing transpires other than that for the second part. And for
Is
the,
it 3 or 4 that you asked for?
well, it would be 4 in
Take
The
three.
total.
last one. I'll take the last one.
Yeah.
I can
So
take one more.
one more from Celeste.
So 6 + 3 is a 9.
Right.
Which is very distracted tonight.
Still the same thing. You're just going over and over everything that happened today, like fire, more fire, suddenly a brawl, Ingwe lying in a cat form. Everything that happened with Sonas is just too much. Your brain is overloading and you're just barely keeping an eye out. But at the end, it is eventually Ingwe's turn to also have a look out for the last part of the journey before it starts becoming morning. So I need you to make a perception check as well.
23.
Right. So you get to most of the part of the journey, and for a second after they settled down and started sleeping, you look back and it looks like there's an outline of a person standing over Sean in the cart. Just a vague
Kill that
outline.
guy. He's come back to haunt him.
I do not have the spell that I would pass on. So there's a vague outline of a person
It's a
standing over.
vague outline of a person standing over Sean.
Got it. Alfred. Alexander. Is that you?
You do not get a response, but as you say that, it looks towards you. You see these two eyes. It's looking almost like it feels like it's looking into your soul. And it flies towards you and disappears.
Okay. Do I feel cold, or do I notice any of the iciness? Sense of...
You wouldn't have felt it. You felt a cold wind hit you at the end.
Yeah.
Because you weren't really that close, and it was outside. So.
And can I cast Detect Magic after? Like, Ingwe's pretty...
Yeah, you can.
Juice. So, like, after he's gone, be like, Detect Magic.
Yeah. There is nothing.
Play John with his secrets. Come on, Gerald. Let's keep going.
It is Renaud!
Sorry,
Renaud.
I can't hear you. I can't understand what you're saying.
No, never mind. It just goes.
Come on, Gerald. Yes, cannot pass it. Last to wake up, ride the cart. Do we arrive at the town?
Yep. So last leg of your journey, you arrive pretty much at the city, and you see this giant capital of a city. Big gray stone walls all the way around it, and a massive gate where you can enter the city. And you'll be arriving at the east gate, because there's two gates into the city. And it is heavily patrolled. And there is watchtowers every 500 meters almost. It's pretty heavily guarded. This is, after all, the capital. From the outside, you can see that some of these buildings are taller than some of the others. You can see entire districts are in a bluish tint. Some of them are in reddish. It seems like a very well-established town, because this is, of course, the capital. You also notice that in the center of the city, there's a giant statue of some entity with wings that looks out over the general city, and it is enormous. If you picture like Jesus in, what is it? Is it Rio? Brazil, yeah. Picture this, it would be even bigger than that, just in the center of the city. And you can see spires here and there, and there's a lot of different architecture going on as well. And as you arrive at the east gate, it is full of guards. They do not check you for any papers or for anything else, but one of them does question you if you have seen any individuals who seem to be from the Dragon Empire as of late.
From the Dragon Empire?
Yes.
What do they look like?
Well, they look like you and me. They're just like, like they have black hair, and they're usually a little different tint in their skin color. And they have like...
Humans, though.
What, sorry?
Not dragons. Humans.
Yeah, no, they're not dragons. They just come from the Dragon Empire, I guess.
From the Dragon Empire.
Yeah, we're looking out. There's been some reports of spies in the area. We just want to make sure, if you've seen anything, that this is your opportunity to give them up.
What?
No, not as far as I'm aware.
I'm trying to be helpful. I've come from a very small village, and
Right.
Dragon Empire. Yes, but they're all humans. It's alright. I pretty sure.
Right.
Great, we haven't.
Is John from the Dragon Empire?
Are you from the Dragon Empire?
What's going on? I just got up.
He doesn't look
We're
the
here,
part.
John. They want to know people
No, he's
from
not.
the Dragon Empire.
No, I'm
Just
from up north.
hold on for a second here. And he talks to one of his colleagues.
We haven't seen anyone from the Dragon Empire.
If you're not from the Dragon Empire, you wouldn't, of course, mind if I just magically frisk you.
I don't know what a magical frisk is. As long as
Just checking that you are who you're supposed to be. You're not looking like someone else that you're not. Right, that's not a problem, is it?
Sure.
Right.
He stands there with his arms out.
And you see him.
He's like,
You see him cast the spell, and he's like, "Oh yeah, all clear. That's all good. Just let them know.
You didn't touch me.
I don't need to touch you. I'm just checking magically that you are not affected by magic that makes you look like someone else.
Oh.
But you might need to leave that wolf outside if it's still. I'm guessing it's gone by now.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, so just let you in. You're just double checking now that you put your foot in your mouth.
All right.
And as you enter into the city, and you continue into it, you enter into what is known as the Barosac. The Barosac is the cornerstone of civilization in this area. It is pretty much the slums. It is the upgrade from living on the street. It's rundown buildings, and there's a lot of them.
How do you spell it, if I may ask?
Berosack. Barosac.
That is not what I wrote down.
Any way you want to write it down. We'll have
I
a chat
wrote
about
it
whatever
down.
your notes say anyway soon. So that is the first part that you enter. But from there on, you can see that there's a gate directly in front of you, pretty much, that leads into the next stage, which is an upgrade, for so to speak. The next stage is called Brivolta, and all the houses in this region is all made of the same type of stone, the same type of roof tiles. It's all blue and beautiful architecture with gray stone. It's very memorable. Most of the houses here look bigger. They look like this is probably, from what you can see, this looks like this is a place where more the people who have a little bit of money actually lives. Aren't necessarily rich, but this is a place where if you were a thief and you broke in, you might actually get away with some goodies or something. But not necessarily like this is a rich person's home. Yeah. It's more like merchants.
Can I get stopped at the next gate? Like, can I just keep wandering through?
No, there's no one stopping you there. There are still guards there checking because there is guard towers everywhere, but that's pretty much what you see there. I don't know if you want to proceed that way or if you want to go somewhere else in this city, but at this point, you haven't got a lot of directions.
Seeing as everyone else is sleepy, and I'm the driver of the car when we arrive.
That is true. So,
at that second gate, is there kind of guards? They're not stopping us, but they're like there.
They're just there to like keep it safe, and if they needed to shut down the gate, they can shut down the gate, stuff like that. It's just a safety in case of war or whatever as well.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Mr. Guard, man.
Yes, Mr. Harry Man.
I'm looking for Orem Fringefire.
Orem Fringefire.
Yeah. Or Lorianne Salsantos, or Valentine Dicavanti, or Klaus Oranger. That's
What,
where I'm going.
what do you need them for?
They're my boss.
And you don't know where they are?
No, I came from. I came for a job. They hired me.
Right. Usually they're in the center of the city.
Which way is that?
Well, they might be in the Emberfold. It depends on if you're going to the house or you're going to the office or where are you going. Which one? They're not
To
same place.
their office. No, they're going to a party, so I want to go to their house.
Right. I'm not sure I feel comfortable giving you this information currently.
Okay.
I think you
Who
probably need
best
to
get information?
contact your own associates. I feel like this is not really some of these people are very important. I don't think I necessarily want to give out anyone's home address at this point. Sorry, I hope you understand.
I don't.
Right. Carry on.
Your
Right.
carrying on.
So, next stage you enter into the city is called the Pantheon Stride, and it is kind of two things. It is one part of it is a lot of statues of old heroes, old kings, and such that all kind of are portrayed in a respectable manner. The garden's also full of very exotic animals, like peacocks or. I wouldn't say there's lions there, but there is cats that are very exotic, but not necessarily dangerous. A lot of like these fancy kind of weird. There's giraffes there as well, for instance, stuff like that, just walking around. That's
Please send me a list of all the animals.
Joe Exotic, what are you doing here?
and
Maybe we'll find you a hippopotamus.
they would be considered dangerous, so there wouldn't be any of those ones there.
Okay,
That
so
you know of at
safe
least.
animals.
Yeah, this is they're just in the city. They're just walking around in the city, in this area, in the wild. Yeah.
Oh.
There's like it's kind of like I said. There's like the Pantheon Style is kind of like a park where there's a lot of statues. That's the first half of it. The first half of it is like these statues and this park, and this part of it where the park is where all these animals are. But then there's also another part, and the other part of it towards the north is you see a whole bunch of different churches lined up one by one, and they're all separated with beautiful gardens and stonework walls and such like that as well. So it's all kind of separated a little bit, but it is pretty much it's an area where half of it is religion based, the other half is history based, if I can say it like that. And you can go to the left down the Pantheon Stride where the animals are, or you can go to the right where all the churches are at this point there.
Well, we're here, guys, and then I turn left unless anyone else. No, the right. I'm going towards the animals.
Okay, yeah. So you're going left.
There's something important
right
from the body.
Very well.
Wait. Oh shit. Fuck! I just realized I have no idea where in this goddamn place my sister is.
Oh, you do know. You have an address.
Oh, I do. I would. Okay. Cool.
She would have given you an address when she moved.
Okay. Have we gone through any of the areas, or that she would likely be, or?
So you know that she was studying at the academy. So that's one place she could be. You know that they have an estate, which is located, let me just look at my map, in Silverstone Quarter, which you are right next to currently because Ingwe took a left.
Let me know if you see anywhere called the Silverstone Quarter. I think that's where she resides. We can pop in there if you guys don't mind. We can. Oh, my sister. I got a sister here.
Your sister? Your sister's here?
Yeah.
You didn't tell us that.
Yep. Yeah, or I think I mentioned I have some family here. Yeah. She's a real smart cookie. She probably be able to at least not if not know herself, but at least be able to find out a little more about what's going up in the sky there. I figured we could have a quick chat with her before we go meet up with Ball. Let's
Yeah,
see my
sounds
mother
good.
too.
I've spoken to a couple of people about where Klaus and Valentine and Autumn and Lorien are, and they wouldn't tell me. So
Yep.
she sounds like a good idea. Can I see?
Good.
Can I remember? Have I seen where the Silverstone quarter is while I was driving?
I'd say it's probably more a perception check at this point because you're literally right next to it. You're just driving this, and everything you see to the left is a Silverstone quarter. Everything you see to the right is animals. So there's like a 50-50 chance you're gonna fucking lose it.
Oh, yeah. Two.
Right. So you look away for a second, and then you actually see a sign, and oh, hey, it's right there.
Oh.
Well, we'll go there later because I want to go and meet the giraffes. So.
No, Ingwe.
All right. Hang on. You want to just
sorry,
meet
Mr.
Rob?
Sorry. We've got your family is more
We're
important.
here to do something for Jean.
Okay. But and our job, we've got to find these people. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, we'll go see them afterwards.
What's the address?
It should be. They got an estate of sorts. Would I know the exact address, give or take?
Yeah, I would say so. Let me see if I wrote it down here.
It's
Yeah.
Silverstone Quarter.
Yes, of course.
There's the road.
It is still Silverstone Quarters 25.
Is
Okay.
it there?
That seems to be the one. Silverstone
Right.
Quarters 25.
Right. I just
Yep.
fucking addresses.
Yep.
But yeah, you see that, and as you enter into the Silverstone Quarters, before you were in a place where the buildings in the Brivolta area is beautifully decorated and very nice architecture. The houses in the Silverstone Quarters are decked out. Every house is a villa. Everything is on point. Every single house is an architectural wonder by itself. It's almost like they're trying to outdo everyone else's outdo everyone else's architectural designs. It's almost like, when you have this street for Christmas and they all pull out Christmas lights and they're all like, fuck Bob over there, let's put up this stuff. It seems like that, except they built the actual houses to be insanely beautiful architectural wonders. It's not a very big quarter. This area is one of the smaller quarters in the region, but it is decked out with a lot of fancy places. And you don't have to go very far to get to number 25. On the way, you pass the Church of the Nameless One, which looks to be a very basic church for a quarter this size, for a quarter this architectural wonderness. This is a very basic church that literally brings the rest of the quarter to shame. Because it's just wood and stone, nothing fancy. That's what it is. But it's very clear that it is Church for the Nameless One because two of the individuals standing in front of the door are wearing their traditional head masks.
Yeah.
But you arrive at what appears to be a pretty large estate.
Goddamn, Mitos doing real well.
It's quite nice.
I don't get this lifestyle. I like the simple one, but what's she's into?
Is there lots of plants, or is it all like stone?
Feels like
It's like gated.
contest.
Nah.
Why would your sister live in such an ugly place?
Yeah. I'm assuming it's temporary living. I think she's schooling here. We'll see where she lives long term.
After you lingered there for a few seconds, a servant comes up. Excuse me, can I help you? You're parked in front of the gate.
Yeah, we're just here to see Danica and Mitos.
Right, and who may I say is visiting?
Jean. Jean and his friends.
Oh, I had great stories about you, and I don't know these people, but I will let your sister know that you're here. Please come in. Come on in.
Perfect. We'll be a moment. Just gonna grab our things.
Right. If you want to, you can park around the back, and one of our individuals can take him and park it for you in a gated community, so no one steals anything, of course.
All right. Sure. Give us a moment to grab our things, then we'll be right out.
Right. Well, if you need anything, my name is Jonas, and I am here to help you with anything that you can need. Just let me know, and just tell me if there's anything I can do to make your stay more pleasant.
I appreciate it. Very kind of you, friend. Very kind.
Right.
All right. And I'm gonna head back into the back of the van and be like, things seem to get a lot fancier since I last saw them. All right. Let's head on up. Ingwe, you wanna grab these and start heading out, and I'll be right with you. I'm just gonna pass Ingwe, I don't know, like a bag or anything, just sort of fly hopping out for a sec.
Right.
Oh, you want me out? Yeah, man.
Just for 2 seconds, yeah.
Yep, for sure.
Sean's going to turn around and pick up the flowers he bought, and he's going to look through and just pull out one red one and a yellow one. And then he's going to sort of turn to Celeste and be like, I'm real sorry about yesterday. And he's going to pass the bouquet over. Be like, please, I'll try to do better in the future.
Are you passing her the 2 flowers?
Nope, the bouquet.
Aww.
Good. I'm guessing that these weren't originally for me.
You can't prove that.
Well, you bought them before I got mad at you.
Yeah.
I'll hand them back. Go. Give them to your sister, Sean. An apology is enough for me.
Puts the red one back and hands her the yellow. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just please don't beat anyone to death while we're inside.
Yeah, I feel like I can't get away with it as easily here.
She'll snap the stem off and then put it like in her hair.
Well.
Sort of smiles as he grabs these things and hops off the back. Jonas.
Yes.
Lead the way, friend.
Yes. Well, he snaps his fingers and one of the other servants come up, a little boy. He's maybe 12, and he bows his head to you, and then he jumps onto the cart, and he drives it into a safe parking zone for
Please
horses.
make sure that you feed and water the horse.
Yes, milady. Yes, milady. I will definitely do that. Thank you.
No, reminds me.
He likes what, sorry?
I'd pass the boy some berries.
Oh, all right. I will give him some berries. Yes, of course. Yes, sir. Thank you, good sir.
I almost forgot too. And I'm going to open the bag up and pull out one of the apples and be like, "I'm seeing you doing this thing, way. Give him one of these. Job
Yes.
well done getting us here."
Right. I will do that. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, good sir.
And can you please clean its hooves?
Yes, of course. Anything you need. Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Maybe plait its tail a little bit as well.
I don't know what that means, but I will try.
And
He's like waiting for you to give him another order. Like, can I go? Fuck! It's not in gear. All right. He eventually takes the cart to a safe location somewhere behind the back of the house.
Yeah.
Please come with me, and there's some guest rooms available where you can freshen up if you should need it, John. And you have a little bit of blood on you, I believe, there. Maybe let's just say it's red wine for now. But there's definitely some rooms ready for you. Just follow me, please. And I will make sure that the Lord and Lady knows that you are here.
Of course. And quick question, if I may, is I suppose you'd call Macy, my mother, is she in as well?
No, she's not in at the moment, no.
Okay.
I think it might be better if you have a conversation with your sister about this later. She's okay. Don't worry. No, nothing's wrong. It's not like that. But it's just so you get all the details from the right source. I am just a servant. I don't want to intrude. I don't want to
No,
give you
no,
wrong information, of course. But as far as I know, your mother Macy is completely fine.
okay. I appreciate it. I'll speak with Danica about it.
All right. But please come with me, and I will show you to your quarters. And he
Is there
opens this
someone who can carry
massive
my
door.
bags for me, please?
Oh, I can definitely do that. And he
Thank you.
picks up the bag himself and puts it on his shoulder. And he sees like, this is a heavy one.
That's why I wanted you to carry it.
Yes, I am a strong individual, and I can do this myself, milady.
I
And
go
he-
grab a bag from his shoulder,
Yeah.
something off of him, just try to take it off to help.
Right. Whatever you want, of course. I just help.
It's no, don't worry. I ain't used to people carrying my shit around, so don't worry.
All right. Just please come with me. And he opens the doors into this beautiful estate. Like the floor is marble. It's just decked out. There's tables with plants, and there's little statues of old kings, some musicians. It's very well decorated. And there is a stairways that leads upwards, and then there's you can see that there's more rooms downstairs, but he leads you upwards to where the guest rooms are. As you go upstairs, you can see that even just the stairs, each of the stairs have carpet on them, and there's little symbols on the carpet to make it look beautiful. Just decorative, not like a cane symbols or anything like that. There's paintings all the way down on the hallway, and there's a lot of decorative pieces everywhere. There's a lot of bright light, and it's painted white. And there's like at top of the roof, there's a whole bunch of those like carved animals that kind of look down upon you. And there's a few angels and such like that. A whole bunch of decorative stuff. Nothing that looks weird. It just looks really fancy.
Yeah.
And one by one, you're led to a guest room. Each of you get a separate room, and the bed is made, and you have a little adjoining room for wardrobe, each of you, and you have like a dressing table where you can put up makeup. You have a desk as well. It's a pretty big room. These guest rooms are bigger than most people's houses. And the bed looks very comfortable, but it's very tightly packed. Like when you see like a grandma kind of bed, it's very packed. Like you have to like fight to get into the bed with your feet and stuff like that. And there's like a chandelier even in the bedroom. It's just usually decked out. Beautiful large mirrors with golden painted trimmings. Each of you have a very similar room. And he leads you to these three rooms, and he says, please give yourself a little time to wash up and make yourself ready, and I will go and I will fetch them, and we will meet in the dining hall, and I will get the servants to come and collect you soon.
All right. Thank you, Jonas.
Right.
I sort of reach in and pull out a silver, just like I don't know.
Don't worry about it. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because I just love exceptional service, and if someone has to do it, I have to do it.
Well, you've done a fantastic job.
Don't worry, I get paid more than enough.
All right.
Down the stairs, and you're left in the hallway.
So I guess Celeste would go to her room unless anyone's going to have a conversation while they're standing in the hallway.
Nope. Jean would just be looking up and down in awe.
Alright, so Celeste would kind of go, alright, well, I'll see you in the dining hall, and then turn and go into her room. And depending on how long she has, how long do you reckon this would take? Like an hour, 2 hours?
Probably an hour, because of how well people sometimes need to spend time on getting themselves fixed up.
So Celeste will, I'm assuming that there's some sort of like bath basin in the room?
Yes, you have your own bathroom in each of these rooms. It's like you just went to the most expensive hotel you can possibly think of.
Yeah, so she would take a long bath, maybe like half an hour bath, scrub every inch of her body, wash her hair, and then dry it. And she would actually, knowing where she is, she would kind of default back to how she was raised, I guess, in a way. And so she would put her hair up in like an elegant bun, get changed into like out of her armor and get changed into like an actual like nice dress, and kind of like put on some nice earrings and just kind of revel in like the, okay, this is comfortable. Like I'm back in my my domain, I guess. So she would just really take the time to like scrub herself clean, and like every bit of dirt that she's had from sleeping on the floor or outdoors for the past like several weeks, just scrub it all away. So.
Well, you suddenly find yourself relaxed for the first time in a bit.
Sean would walk into his room, just look around and look up at the chandelier in the room and just go, holy shit. And then bit by bit just start inspecting things. He probably disrobed down to just his common pants and shirt type thing and put everything in the corner. And he'd just walk around like touching little ornaments and things around the room. He'd almost definitely break something as well along the path. Like, this is bend like, oh shit.
Oh, that was porcelain.
Tuck it behind something else, and then he'd sort of just go to the bathroom, and he wouldn't have a bath, but instead he'd just like scrub down his arms and his neck and like wash up his face a bit and just like under the arms. Simple stuff.
Sink's pretty dirty, and there is a bit of blood on your clothes and on in your beard. You can sense that there's a little bit of old food there and stuff like that. It's been a few days since you had a shower. So.
Well. All right.
Anyway, we'd go to the bath and be like, "What a weird tasting soup."
It is the worst soup you had in a while, that's for sure.
And then start stealing shit. And then stop halfway through and be like, oh, bloody John, seems like he's rich. What?
So for an hour, Ingwe is just loading up his bag with various items of no idea what's what.
Half an hour stealing shit, and then like, why am I stealing shit? He's loaded.
I'm taking these towels.
It's another one of my secrets.
I'm actually the king.
Well, after about an hour, you all hear a knock on the door. Simultaneously, you all hear a knock on the door, and you hear a young man saying, "Excuse me, but if you are ready, I will lead you to the dining hall where you can meet Danica and Midos."
All right, I'm ready.
Right.
Thank you. I'll be with you presently. And she'll just turn back to the mirror and then tuck that flower into her hair, kind of like in the bun.
Right.
And walk out.
Right. Ingwe.
We'll follow instructions.
Okay. So as you all open the doors, you realize that there's 3 young men here. They are leading all 3 of you at the same time to the dining room. So there's a surplus of servants in this house, it seems, which is a strange commodity considering you've been mostly staying in these crappy little places. But they lead you down to the entryway where you came in, and then they lead you down a long corridor. Again, there's a lot of paintings there, and as you go, you notice, John, that one of these paintings is a painting of Midos himself with your sister, and it looks like it's probably been made relatively soon after they left. And there's also a beautiful painting of your mother as well. As you go down the hall, you get to this dining room, and it is currently empty, but there is set up plates all around for you to sit. So there's one at the table end, both table ends, and and then there is one to the left and one to the right. So there's like you're sitting like this, and then there's one extra one in the middle, awkwardly placed in the middle.
To clarify as well, just so everyone's aware visually, Jean right now has got the simplest farmer tunic pants on, like dark brown, and a very pants and a very simple once white now beige tunic, and pretty much nothing else. He's got no shoes. The only other thing is the thing in his hair tying it back. He's real simple, real comfortable right now.
But it's the cleanest you've seen him in a while. And Jonas is there as well, and he's showing you to your seats, and he's asking Jean to sit at one of the tables ends. And he says, Danica and Midas will join us momentarily. Please sit down. I can give you some snacks while we wait for dinner.
Yeah, y'all don't happen to have a smaller table. I'm not going to be able to hear it from here.
A smaller table?
Well, can we all bunch up, like, right at the end?
I guess I can move it closer, you know, and okay. He starts moving the things closer. And it's like you have this really long table, but everyone's sitting at this end now. Okay, I guess you can sit wherever you want then. That's. This is giving me a headache. I'm sorry, they'll be here shortly. I have to go powder my nose. And he walks off.
I feel like I definitely got to pay him something now.
Celeste would stand next to her chair and wait for someone to pull it out.
So 2 hours later, one of the young servants quickly jumps in and does that. Here you go, my lady. And they walk back to standing up against the walls. But each of you technically have a servant right now, supposedly helping you with dinner.
Anyway, would copy Celeste. Like, he would go to pull the chair out and then be like, oh. And then wait to, like, just everything. Just, like, literally copying. If she picks up her fork, he'll pick up her fork. It'll be Celeste.
And there's 3 sets of forks and 3 sets of knives. Looks like it's silver, not sure. And there's 3 plates as well. One is a soup plate, normal plate, and then there's a bread plate. So, again, like a fancy restaurant. And after a few more minutes, eventually, Sean, you see a familiar face. You see Midas come into the room. And what you see is a young man, probably in his 20s, mid-20s maybe, with he has long brown hair and it's tied up in a ponytail. And he has a beautiful red tunic on that's really well decorated. We're like, it's not golden trimmings, but there is a little bit of shine to some of it. So it looks like it's been made in some kind of satin material that definitely makes it sparkle and stand out a bit. And he has, those kind of puffy pants that some of these individuals have from this age, maybe. He has a black set of those with, again, red, where the knees are, it kind of falls out. The insides are like red. So it's red and black, and he is covered in red and black pretty much. And as he enters, he nods to you, Sean, and he gives a small nod to you two. And then he puts his hand out the door, and then your sister comes in through. What you do notice is that she is pregnant. She is high pregnant.
High pregnant.
High pregnant. She is like, there is a basketball or 2 in there. Yes. Yes. And your sister, again, is also pretty much in a... I'm guessing she has brown hair. I don't think we ever talked about that. But also like a brownish hair.
Yeah.
No. And she's also human as well. And she has a long green dress on with beautiful necklace and beautiful earrings. And she has a beautiful makeup on as well. And she comes in and she smiles and she walks controlled yet eagerly over to Sean and gives him a big hug.
Jean immediately, as she was making her way over, he would have sat up like quick enough that the chair probably toppled or damn near close to, and he would have made his way over and he would have just given her a big hug, but also being cautious of the stomach. Right. And he sort of be like, "Oh, God, it's good to see you."
Oh, you too, brother. How come you're here? You didn't give us any notice.
Yeah, no, sorry. Things have been wild lately, and one thing led to another. We ended up coming here for a job. Speaking of these are my friends. We
Oh,
got
yeah.
Celeste, Ingwe, and I'm assuming Tam is down here as well. Or...
I'm guessing he's sleeping in, just to make it easier. He would have been interested in this situation too.
There's I got another friend upstairs, Tam, but he's been out of it a bit. He's had a rough couple of days too.
Right. Do you want us to send the doctor?
I think he'll be all right. He's kind of a doctor himself.
All right.
Mitos as well. How are you? And he's just gonna like move over and put his arm out for like a bro hug type thing.
He gives you a very bro-like hug.
Pat his back and stand back.
Good to see you again, John. It's wonderful.
You as well. And I
see we redecorated a bit in the dining room since I was here last, which was 20 minutes ago. Well done. Though.
Yeah.
It looks nice. I mean, there's a lot of table here that might go to waste now. But
well,
I understand. It's
weird. You know how we grew up. We're not used to that. At least I'm not. I don't know, Danica. Maybe you've gotten, but none of that's important. I mean, congratulations. How far along are you? Congratulations to the both of you.
Well, she's probably a week off giving birth now.
Holy shit.
It's going to be a bit of a challenge, I think. We didn't expect children already, but, happiness leads to, you have a son.
Yeah.
Please, everyone, sit down. Please, sit down. Let's have some bread and some wine and some everything good. Everything good. Yeah. And the servant's like, yes. And they just all run off immediately.
If there's one servant left at all, John's going to try to grab their attention quick before they go.
Yep.
I completely forgot. I got some flowers up in my room. Can you go grab them real quick?
Yes, certainly, sir. And you just hear him. He walks off very gently, and then you just hear someone running up the stairs. And after a few seconds, he comes back down with the flowers. Here you go, sir.
Oh, thank you. Danica, I got these for you and mother. I thought you'd like them.
Thank you. They're so beautiful. You take some and smells them. It's like, you shouldn't have. It was an unexpected visit in the first place. This shouldn't have spent money on this. And she puts it on a table that's full of flowers. There's like 10 different vases of, you don't even know how expensive they are. It's full of different flowers.
Ingwe casts Druidcraft to make the flowers smell really good.
Oh, I like this one.
Smells is like.
Ooh, I'm gonna put these in my room. I think these ones are really nice. Thank you so much, Sean.
No problem. I think I
remember
that
smelling
more
that.
than I thought I did. I couldn't even smell that much of it.
Well, maybe you have a clogged nose from all the outside.
I'm sorry, I just can't stop smiling. It's so good to see you again.
You too, brother. You too.
Your man outside there,
Jonas?
Jonas, yeah. Sorry. He was saying something about I was asking if mother was in, and he said she wasn't present at the moment.
Yes, that is correct. She felt like she was a bit in the way. I didn't feel so. She felt this was maybe too much for her. You know how we grew up. It takes some getting used to. I'm sorry, but it does.
You're not wrong.
And she felt it was a little too much, maybe. So we bought her a house not so far away from here, where she can stay on her own and she can come visit as much as she wants. But she has her privacy and she doesn't feel out of the ordinary. She wanted to live in the Barrow Sack, but we didn't obviously want that. So we got her a house in the Brevolta region, and she constantly complains about how fancy everything is. But it's like, if you can't take care of your parents, why wouldn't you? So
That's what
so
they
currently she lives there with our previous butler, Johan. He is very good and he's taking good care of her, and I think they're starting to become friends.
Oh, she needs one of those.
Yes, I mean you can go and see her as well if you want. Of course, she's not very far away, but
Of course.
but she felt like this was too much for her. She felt like all the servants were always there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. I mean, shit. I'm sure you can too, considering.
Yeah, it took some getting used to for me as well. Obviously, like
Yeah.
come from a very simple family. But why are you here? And welcome. Who are your friends? Please introduce.
Yeah, of course. This is Ingwe and Celeste.
Absolutely
Ingwe,
pleasure to meet you. Thank you for opening your house to us.
Of course. Oh, this must be a furbog. I've heard much about these furbogs. I have never seen one.
yeah,
I'm curious.
he's
Hello.
he's got some talents.
Right. Oh, what kind of talents is this?
Well, I'm a good storyteller. I can tell a lot of stories from a long, long time ago in a place far, far away.
Right. Well, that is a very good skill to have.
Yeah, and Celeste also got some fantastic talents as well.
Oh, that sounds great. I'm glad that you're finding your own path, and talents is something that can be hard to find, especially like when we grew up, for instance, it was hard. We didn't have all the options available, and look at us now. You are pursuing your life, and I am enrolled in the Wizards Academy. Or mage. We should call it mages because technically Wizards is a guy, but it's an old institution, you know. So, but in everyday talk, we call it the Wizards Academy.
Sure.
Let's call it the Academy. Actually, just fuck that gender thing. Sorry, shouldn't swear because it's like shh. In front of the servants, my love, not in front of the servants.
I'm sure they swear plenty behind the closed doors, friend. Don't you
Feel
know?
that's to be expected in a situation where someone commands other people to do things. But yes, welcome all of you to our wonderful home, and I hope you will have a good night's rest if you're staying. But why are you actually here? No offense, I'm just curious.
We have a job.
You have a job here, okay? Interesting.
We do. We have a job.
Right.
There's a little more to it and a bit of complexity as to how we ended up here, but
Right.
we wondering at all if there's been any talk at the academy about what's going on up in the sky.
Yes, definitely. We've been talking about that almost nonstop. In fact, most of the teaching has been suspended until they can come up with a good solution and reason to what is actually going on. But so far, it is suspected that whatever's going on up there is either an astronomical situation with the stars, which doesn't seem to really be a thing. In my opinion, I have looked into this myself. I love the stars, so I've gone to the observatories in Eros, and I have seen the stars with my own eyes, and it does not look like that is related to it. It looks more like it's some kind of magical creation or magical effect, and some are believing that it is the eye of the gods looking down upon us, which I believe.
That's what the ferryman said.
Oh, Ferryman's very wise for yes. I believe that's only happened once before. And according to my studies, at least in the history books, it seems like this has only happened once before. And last time was when the world was almost wiped out by war, and it was according to historical religious texts at least. So bear with me, I'm not sure I know everything. But according to what I have seen and heard, it seems like it's related to the time of when the gods decided that it was best to separate the different races and areas from each other to prevent more blood spill and war. seeming as a way of preventing a catastrophe that would wipe out the population on this world, at least, I guess. I mean, there's multiple worlds, but I mean, yeah, it's a whole different conversation. I'm not sure that you're completely ready for that one yet, Sean. But
No,
you understand. Like,
I don't, but I appreciate you pointing it out.
well, there's multiple different, like, you know that there's different planes. Like, so we're on the material plane, and Midas kind of stops. So I think he's okay. I don't think he needs to know anything more about that today. I think we're gonna have some soup, and then we're gonna have a conversation about why your brother is here to see you and how lovely it is, and then we're not gonna do any of that technical stuff. Right. Sorry, she gets a little eager. I mean,
No, it's fine. In fact, I'd be happy to hear her talk about something she's passionate about.
right. Well. So there's different planes, right? Honey, calm down. It's okay. There'll be plenty of time to explain this. Right. Okay. Sorry. Go on.
Tell me about them later, then.
Yes. Sure.
We've also, as Ingwe mentioned, we have a job. We're going to be seeing some individuals out to, I think it was a ball of some kind of event.
Oh yes. So there's there's a knighthood where people are getting knighted. I don't even
That's one.
know.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. And we got
That's
a couple
fantastic.
individuals.
Your sister can tell us. Well, maybe your helpers, maybe the assistants can. Well, we've got 4 people to see. We've got Klaus, Oranja, Valentine, Diamante, Oren Fringefire, and Lorian Salsantes.
Oh, I do think I know some of those by name. This is Mido's dog, not sister. She doesn't really seem to know them. Yeah, I think I know a few of those people. Well, what are you doing with these individuals?
Well, our employer said that we are to report and accompany them to the ball.
Right. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Yes.
We're their escorts.
Right. Do you have a list? Can I see the list?
I
don't think I had any.
Right. Okay.
Thing
Fair.
written.
Yeah, I think I know some of those individuals. I mean, Mr. Fire is a little bit of a mouthful.
You could repeat it. He'd repeat it if you were like, "What the list?" and say the names.
Yeah.
Written on paper. No.
I don't know who Klaus is because like it's only a first name I have there.
He's a child.
Oranja. Oranga? Orangutan? Oranja?
Oringer.
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
Oringer. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I know him. He's a bit of a troublemaker too. He likes to get into the pies and break things that sometimes shouldn't be broken. But I mean, he's a nice kid, I guess. He's just in a situation where his family is very strict, and that can sometimes lead to situations, as you probably know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know the Karameshi one. Everyone knows their family, so it's best to stay as clear away from any unfortunate situations with that family.
Well, actually, that's the reason that we chose Jean to escort.
Oh, I would.
Miss Karameshi.
Oh, I'm sure that's perfectly safe. Then I'd say that Sean has always been a respectable gentleman, as far as I know. So
Sure. What do you mean they're troublemakers?
Oh, they're not troublemakers, but they're very, very influential. And you know, when people get a little bit too stuck up, like we unfortunately, we unfortunately became rich. Oh, but other individuals who were born rich, they seem to have a shorter fuse sometimes. I have certain.
Not all of them.
So this doesn't come from me. So this doesn't come from me, but I know for a fact that she has had a few people thrown in the brig for simply talking to her the wrong way. So just keep that in mind, that they have a very short fuse, and sometimes it's best to just not say anything in a situation.
Yeah. Shit.
But I'm sure your employer will inform you about all that, of course.
I don't talk much to people I don't know and don't like anyway, so.
Well, you'll probably be talking plenty that night if you're going to be escorting her. Everyone's asking her questions. They're going to be asking you questions.
Wait,
shit.
when they say
Celeste would like. So I was gonna say Celeste would like kind of just look over at Jean and just go, "The offer to trade still there if you want it."
I feel like under the circumstances, it's probably better if it's not you, young lady, because that would probably be worse. No offense.
Why?
Do we need to get Mr. John
I'd
clothes?
rather not say, to be honest, at this dining
Does she
table.
not like elves?
Oh no, it's nothing to do with being an elf. It's simply
Redheads, then.
sure. That's it. Because you're a redhead. I believe that she is just a bit of a troublemaker on her own too, and that can sometimes get a little out of hand. I know recently she had an entire ship put in jail for various allegations from other families. I think I've said too much. Anyway, I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, no, me as well. Shit, sorry, just taking in that information. No, I'm excited to see you here. I had something I wanted to speak to you about, but you can wait. I'll go see Mother when I get the chance, and
well, if you want to, I need to go and check on the food anyway. And he winks at his wife, and he walks off, and you're alone with Danica.
No, shit, he didn't have to go to make. It's completely fine. What?
No, it's okay. He's very intuitive anyway.
Would you like us to leave, Jean?
No, it's fine. It's honestly, it's a circumstance. I don't think it's appropriate to talk about it this time now. I will.
Come on, what is it?
Trust me, sis. I'll tell you another time.
All right. Okay. Just let me know if there's anything that you want to talk about.
No, of course. Don't you worry about me. I managed to get here somehow.
Right. Well, I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, I'll just make sure that he comes back. And you see her doing some hand signs. She casts a spell, and she says, "Just come back, love. It's okay." And then 2 seconds later, he pops up behind a door, and he comes back down and sits down again. Like, "Oh yeah, it looks like supper is really good." Yes, of course. Yes. Very nice.
Well, look. Speaking of magic, these two here have been teaching me. I've been seeing them do all sorts of tricks. The one upstairs has got some as well, but I feel like that's been a little bit harder for me to understand. There's some complications to it, but yeah, if I don't know nothing about it, but I'd love to try my best to understand what you've been learning. I'm sure these two can help me learn it.
Right. So, I'm pretty much learning about the elemental schools of magic, but it's not secluded to just that. There's a circle of different types of magic spells that comes from different type of regions of this magic. Like some is like necrotic magic that's normally considered bad, but it's also used for healing. And then that's more of a, usually at least, that's more of a religious based magic, where in my case it's more. How should I best say? To best explain. So, priests and paladins, they usually use magic that's given to them by their gods or whichever deity they are. Warlocks a little bit like that too, but it's a little more iffy because it doesn't necessarily have to be. Yeah. Where so this is the way that we see it, right? So the gods out
but
there.
you get your magic from the elders, like me.
No, not really. So
Yeah,
that's a little
the priests,
different too.
they get
Elders
it from
is
the-
different.
And you just get it from the world.
Kinda. So a long time ago, the gods created the world, and they used a whole bunch of magic for that. Obviously, if you believe that or not, that's up to you. But this magic still resides in the world, and what we do as mages and wizards, we capture little parts of that magic still in the world. That's why we have these component pouches that we use for casting spells. We kind of drain the magic out of these mundane objects that contain magic. Everything contains magic. And then we use that to cast spells. But for instance, if you have like something like the artificers, the inventors, the creators, so they take it to the next level, and then they take this magic out of these mundane items, but then they create other items with this magic. It's kind of a like recyclable kind of situation. So that's pretty much what I've been learning about, and also the constellations of the different stars, the moons, and how that affects the flow.
And the trees and the rivers and the.
Not so much that part, but in a way, yes. I feel like that's more of a druidic kind of standpoint on there.
What are you talking about?
Like the way that you're explaining your sense of magic seems to be more from a druidic standpoint about.
Druidic mean?
Well, it's just a type of magic, like this type of magic user that you are. Like, for instance, I'm a wizard, and you seem more like you. I don't know if you can cast druidic spells, but you seem like you have a very nature aligned way of looking at it. I feel like this is going to be a very long night. But I agree to a certain extent, yes. We're both right, but also different.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's another way to perceive it. So sorry for the long rant, but that's pretty much what I've been learning so far. Anything else exciting that you have happened that I should hear about?
Nothing I can think of. Nothing in particular.
Right.
Mr. John.
Yep.
Shouldn't you tell her about the chair and the plague that wasn't a plague and she's your family?
Yeah. We'll get into that, I assume, over the course of dinner.
What? And that's where we'll leave tonight's episode. Right, yeah. I think we went about 20 minutes over just talking about a little mental plane of nothing.
Yeah, Sean was just sitting there smiling, just like, I don't understand a fucking word you're saying, but I just have this to you.
Yes. Very well. I guess that's the end of this episode, and next week we will have a catch-up episode. I'm not sure what to call it yet, where we'll be recap episode where we'll be going through what everyone thinks is going on, what you hope is going on, what you'd like to see, what you feel like.
Tinfoil hats, baby.
Yeah, it'll be a tinfoil hat day. Yeah, pretty much. And I don't know if we should find out who to raid, shouldn't we? So
already on it.
Everyone roll a d20, and I have a 14.
I'm gonna roll my little bitty baby one again. It's so cute. Little bitty baby one. This is 9. No, not me this week.
4.
Ow.
And Jacob.
It is Celeste because I rolled a 3.
Oh, I rolled 14.
14.
14, go Tom.
Right, give me some options, Master Director.
Okay. Do we want to go lower views or higher views?
Probably higher view. Sorry, lower views, just to be
Lower
nice.
Right, spreading the love. Let's have a look. We have. That's us. We can't run
Go.
ourselves. Okay, so we have the Cheerful Brigade.
Cheerful
Seems to be
again.
playing a game of sorts. Then there's actually only two on the lower end that are actually playing right now, from what I can tell. So yeah, Cheerful Brigade, who I believe are an Italian group,
Right.
and then there's Killian Can, who's the VTubers we've rated before.
Let's do the first one, even though they aren't speaking English. It's still D&D. All you need to know is the dice rolls.
The language of dice.
All you need is numbers. Right, let's go for that one then.
Cheerful Brigade. Just make sure I get it all right.
We're keen for the recap too, Wolf. Like mostly Wolf. We're really keen to just go through all of our notes. And I'm a terrible note taker, so it might be hilarious me just like being like barn, door, wood, fire. What does all this mean? Because I'm shit at taking notes.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
It's gonna be a lot of
It'll be
theory
like,
crafting.
Celeste is mad.
Yes. No,
Coming,
it's
stopping,
definitely
travel off in a different.
well, it's definitely it's gonna be interesting.
So I think our raid chain is like monsters and raid him. Is that what we?
I did that once, and it seems to have caught on.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, and we'll
Monsters
get
and
some
raid him.
custom emotes at some point too in the future.
Yeah.
That we can spam.
Yeah. That's ready to
Right
go
on.
whenever you guys are. So.
Right.
Clean as a bean.
Yeah.
Well, thank you everyone for dropping in. This seems like most of the technical issues is behind us so far.
Fingers crossed it remains that way.
See everyone on Monday for Monsters and Recap. Monsters Recap, whatever. We'll
Thanks for
see.
tuning in, guys. Bye.
Bye bye.
Oh,
And
there's not a lot of views on this.
we've waited.
Right. So I will stop stream.